Good evening. 6 o'clock on Tuesday, January 6th. I welcome you all. Happy New Year. And I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Placerville Planning Commission. Would you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? Ms. Watkins-Halvey, please call the roll.
Good evening, Chair. Commissioners. Commissioner Stratton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Sylvester.
Here.
Co-Chair Lepper. Absent. And Chair Keeney.
Here. All right. We have a quorum. And we have also have some new faces there with this at the staff bench desk. And would you like to go ahead and introduce them now, Ms. Kendrick?
Thank you, Chair and Commission. This is Jay Roberts. She is our newest addition to Development Services. She's our code enforcement official and has hit the ground running. She has experience with El Dorado County in code enforcement, and also a development technician and some admin. So she's been a welcome addition. And then we have Greg Horsfall, our building official. I put a note to order nameplates for them, but because of the items that we have on there, some of them will require code enforcement action, and some of it is involved with buildings. So I just wanted to make sure that we had staff available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and welcome to both of you. Moving on to number 3, we don't have any closed session reports. Number 4 is adoption of the agenda. Excuse me. Formally adopting the agenda. We did it and then we stopped doing it and we moved right on to the minutes, but what?
Right, that might be an error. I will go ahead and remove that, because I do remember it being removed.
Right, so we don't formally adopt it, we just move on to, okay.
Can I had a suggestion for the agenda, though, because there is one item that I know on the, on section 10 that I think will probably require more discussion than the others. So I was curious if we could find out if there's folks in the audience who might be more interested in one item, over others, and we can adjust the order accordingly.
I'm not. I'm hesitant to do that. I like to go ahead and proceed with the agenda, so that there may be other people who, are maybe timing their arrival kind of based on the order of the agenda. How do the rest of you feel about changing the sequence on the agenda?
I'm fine with keeping it as is for now. I think once we get to section 10, if it seems like we've got folks here and have a sense of what they're wanting to speak about, maybe we could rearrange it at that point.
Can we do that if we're no longer adopting it?
Well, Ms. Kendrick, what do you think as far as changing the sequence of the public hearings?
So the Planning Commission could recommend that, and as long as we have concurrence on reordering, we can go ahead and do that.
So, when we get to the item, we could rearrange when we get to number 10, or?
You can, if you want to pull an item up, for instance, if, say, we had a large crowd and they were here for an item that's at the very end of the agenda, you could ask that it be moved up, or if during the meeting you find out that members are here to speak on something else, you can recommend to reorder it. We just need concurrence from the commission as a whole.
Okay. So do you still feel strongly about reordering the agenda?
No, and I think that if we have that flexibility now, since we don't have to adopt it, then
We can do
that's
that
fine too,
if more people arrive as we get to
Yeah.
number 10.
Thank you.
Okay, good point. I appreciate that. Number 5 is the consent calendar, and all matters listed under the consent calendar considered routine will be enacted by general consent unless any commissioner requests a roll call vote, any member of commission or staff or audience wishes to remove an item for discussion. And under our consent calendar are 2 approvals, minutes from the meeting of October 21st and approving the minutes of the meeting for December 2nd. Does any member of the commission, staff, or audience wish to remove an item for discussion? Oh. And the October 21st minutes, we had corrections, and so those have been taken care of and were submitted to, as part of the packet, then another version was submitted today that showed the corrections that we had requested. So anyone have any other concerns about those 2 minutes?
Actually, I think that there were corrections in both minutes, so they were both released today.
Released,
Yeah.
so. Would anyone like to pull them for further discussion or amendment?
No.
Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes for under 5.1, which is the meeting of October 21st, I'll just put them together, and the meeting minutes for December 2nd. All in favor of approving those, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Delayed I apologize.
Okay, so it is 4-0 approval on those minutes, and we did have to work through those and get several corrections taken care of, but we've finally taken care of that. So moving on, number 6, there were no items pulled from consent calendar. And we'll move on to number 7, which is items of interest to the public comment on non-agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the commission on any matter not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. State law prohibits the commission from acting on items not listed on the agenda except by special action of the Planning Commission under specified circumstances. So would anyone of the public like to comment on non-agenda items? Good evening.
Good evening. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Just wanted clarification on the changes to the bylaws that used to require 5 members to make changes. I was trying to figure out what exactly ended up in that whirlwind. So what is the current rule now? If we're going to be down a member for a while, can you still go through the bylaws or elect officers? What was the end result there? Thank you.
At our last meeting, we did adopt the new bylaws. There were a few minor changes, mostly grammatical, but one significant change was that rather than following strictly the Roberts Rules of Order, we agreed to follow a more straightforward, if you will, and it's called the Rosenberg Rules of Order. So it's very similar to Robert's Rules, just not as lengthy, a lot easier for all of us to understand, members of the commission as well as the public to understand. So you still have the same things like how you adopt motions, introduce motions, and so on. So to answer your question, we did approve those bylaws because we did have all 5 members, and I was going to ask staff to present us a clean copy, maybe with our next agenda packet. Go ahead, Ms. Hendry.
Yes, we'll have that available for you, and we did remove the requirement to have 5 members because you could be down a 4th member, you can have a vacancy, and then you would not be able to act on many items, so that was
Right,
amended.
that was a change, but we all agreed that given the way the commission sometimes works, it will allow us to keep moving forward. Yes,
A question, because my memory was that it would be brought back to us by this meeting. Also, the Rosenberg rules, that a copy would be given to us, because that's, both instruments are things we would be following. So when would we have those?
I believe, did we, maybe I just downloaded my own copy of the Rosenberg's rules. We had a lot of different attachments with the bylaws, but I'm sure staff can provide that for us. And as we mentioned, a clean copy of, we made notes, and all that was recorded at the time, but a clean copy of the bylaws would be useful.
We can certainly have that for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have my stack of notes, including this document. Actually, that was attachment A. I pulled it up, right? I think so, Rosenberg's Rules of Order, or was that attached, or is this a mark from another? Because I think I downloaded this from the internet, actually from the El Dorado County LAFCO site. So that must be their mark on there. So it's readily available, but appreciate staff bringing that for everyone's review. And I'd like to bring that up again when we get to matters from planning commissioners at the end of the meeting. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Okay. Written communications on non-agenda items. We were given, everyone got a copy of this document. Historic structure content. So tonight we were all given a copy of City of Placerville documents reviewed for historic structure content. Oh, but that is on the agenda though, that's under, right. So no, there aren't any written communications on non-agenda items. So now we'll move on to presentations and educational workshop sessions. And tonight we're going to enjoy a presentation from Arts and Culture El Dorado on the Public Art Committee and Public Art Plan. Ms. Kendrick, did you want to give a brief introduction on this?
Yes, Terry Lamonchek with the El Dorado Arts Council has requested to provide a brief presentation to the Planning Commission introducing the new members of the committee and what they are working on, so I'll turn it over to Ms. Lamonchek.
Good evening, and Happy New Year, and welcome.
To you. You started off by saying that you'll enjoy a presentation from yours truly, and I hope you do enjoy it. It's good to be here. I haven't been here in a while. And I am here, as Ms. Kendrick mentioned, to talk about the Public Art Plan and our new Public Art Committee. So just to set the stage, gosh, it must be 3, maybe 4 years ago, we at Arts and Culture started talking with city leadership about the interest in having a public art plan for the city of Placerville. Many municipalities across the country have a public art plan, and planning is good. Well, you're the Planning Commission, so of course it's good. You know, public art becomes a matter of one's subjective opinion very quickly, and that's as it should be, because that's kind of what makes us human. We all have our own aesthetic opinions about art and about public art. And so in the field of public art, it's especially helpful to have a plan with policies and guidelines. So we at Arts and Culture contributed about half of the costs to developing the plan. We raised some money from the National Endowment for the Arts and from the city of Placerville itself. And we're able to hire a very well-known public art consultant, Barbara Goldstein. She's known across the country as a leader in that field. And she undertook the development of the plan with stakeholder meetings, focus groups. She did a pop-up at the farmer's market. She and her team did a really, I think, comprehensive planning process and gave us a plan that we can all be proud of. We certainly are at Arts and Culture. I'm going to give you your copy of the plan, but not right now, because you'll start flipping through it and you won't pay attention to me anymore. But I will just mention a couple of elements in the plan. There were three themes that emerged from all of the work, all of the community input. And what was synthesized from that work is that people in Placerville, and of course, this is just Placerville city limits, people want for public art to tell all the stories, respect the past, honor the present, and embrace the future, and celebrate the natural environment. So those were the themes that emerged from all the work that they did. And I'm going to just read you the recommendations. Each recommendation has a number of implementation steps. You know, none of us were interested in creating a plan that would just sit on the shelf and go nowhere, especially when it comes to funding. So the recommendations that emerged from the research and community input are: support local artists to create work in the public realm, commission art to illuminate Placerville's many histories told and untold, integrate art with the natural environment, celebrate Placerville's historic architecture, commission art that embraces place and enlivens retail areas, build partnerships between Arts and Culture El Dorado and other community-based organizations to expand engagement with public art, include art in the design of all public construction projects where feasible, adopt clear guidelines, policies, and procedures for developing art on public property, and consider new funding sources to support public art. You know, people say to me all the time, as well they should, well, where's the money going to come from? So there are 5 recommendations as far as that goes, and we certainly would be interested in doing grant writing. I have some ideas on a couple of funders already. The money, you know, isn't going to grow on a tree on Main Street, so we have to look for it and come up with creative ways to fund public art. What I will tell you is the artists that we have heard from are champing at the bit to propose projects. And I'm, you know, kind of keeping them at bay a little bit so that expectations are managed around, you know, there's no shortage of great ideas, but there is a shortage of money at the moment. So one of the policy recommendations in the plan is to have a public art committee or commission, very standard across the country. And so Cleve and I talked about what form that could take. And it was decided that Arts and Culture El Dorado should be the convener of the Public Art Committee in the absence of enough bandwidth and resources on the part of the city. They will be, and we worked with city attorney on the kind of nuts and bolts of this. They will be public meetings, but convened by us. We will be a non-voting body, myself and our public art coordinator, Nikki Bennett. And so it is kind of new ground for us all, a public art committee. So a lot of questions have already risen. How will artists propose artworks? Of course, where will the money come from? The committee is, their job is to be advisory to City Council on projects that come before them, not unlike yourselves. But the committee is also interested in taking an advocacy role for art in Placerville. So I want to tell you who the committee members are. I think it's a wonderful balance. Christina Arizmendi, who's a beautiful ceramic artist. John Babcock from the design, he has a design background. Carolyn Dipple, who is the publisher of Around Here magazine. Steve Ellenberg, whose mural you've all walked past a million times. It's on the side of the hardware store. Roger Filippelli, who is an artisan. He makes beautiful wooden spoons. That's his art form. Someone by the name of Kathy Lishman, probably heard of her, and Christine Ware, who lives in Placerville, but is the proprietor of Blue Barn Provisions up in Camino. So that is the committee. Kathy, I was making fun of you a little bit, but Kathy's a great community leader, as you all know. And Kathy, do you want to say anything about our committee or public art at all, if it please the court?
Welcome, Kathy. And you're serving on yet another committee.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. As the founder of Placerville's Beautification Committee in 1990, I cannot tell you how thrilled I am that this process is going forward and that we are at the stage where we're at to finally begin. Like Terry said, it was a wonderful process that was driven by the community. And I'm always reminded, and I know that it will be good for local people, for our residents, for our visitors, for our tourists. It'll just be good for the community. And I'm always reminded of the quote from Picasso that says, "Art washes away the dust of everyday life." So I think it will be something that will be inspiring to us all. And I thank the city, and I thank arts and culture.
Wonderful.
What questions can I answer from you,
Well, first I want to thank you for all the effort that you and Arts and Culture have given to this. I think, Kirk, you also were at some of the public meetings. I don't know about you, Catherine, or you, Alyssa, but we were there, and even though we don't have our hard copy, I snuck a peek because there was a link in our agenda, and it's a beautiful document. And congratulations. I think you and Arts ABC Planning just did a great job getting everyone's opinion, running the public meetings that I attended, and then summarizing it. I also know that having a plan like this in place is just a necessary first step for any grant funders. When they look and you've got this document that the community has already given input on, it just puts you right up there. Well, it's still, competition's going to be fierce, but you don't have to then create that and assure the grantor that, no, we do have community support. It's already there in this document. So thank you so much for all that effort. Do any of you have any other questions for Terry at this time?
I do, because I cheated. I looked at the directory that you had on the
You looked at
online.
the what?
I cheated. I looked online to see the presentation you were giving. And in number 9, it talks about the initiative to create valuations on property to create some money. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, tell us more about what you had in mind.
Well, that would be a city decision, talking about increasing the city's TOT or a valuation of new private developments. These are just ideas that, other cities have incorporated to raise money for public art. We just wanted to provide some examples of how it could be done. It's not something that we would, at Arts and Culture, would, oversee or run, or, we might advocate for it if it created funds for public art, but that would be a whole city-driven process. Does that answer your question?
Well, I understand. It's just that it was under your recommendation, so that's why I thought it's something that you folks had in mind. And
that was the recommendation of the consultant.
So the city could take that, under advisement when they're looking at the range of ways to fund different public art projects.
But it's something you're recommending, this body, the commission is recommending.
Well, it sounds like more like it's a possibility, and so it's out there for the city.
It's an option.
Yeah, and along with others. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Lemanchik?
No questions. I just really commend you guys for taking this on, and excited to see what you guys do.
Thank you. And, I'd like to underscore, and I will continue to, that any public art that is approved, any decisions that are made by the city, such as the one that Commissioner Smith was just alluding to, that will not be our position or our opinion. The plan arose from what the community wanted. The city, on behalf of its residents, will make decisions about things like the valuation or the TOT. But we wanted to be the organization that just got this kick-started, and we get to go from here. The committee, we had a sort of a meet and greet, and they had a lot of questions about, well, can we do this? Can we do that? One thing they asked for, as Carol knows, was a map of city-owned property, or even a list, so that the committee can think about where public art can go. One thing that has already come up is, well, Main Street's, a small space, it's kind of crowded, but there's all of Upper Broadway, there's all of Placerville Drive, just for starters. So Ms. Kendrick is going to get us a list of city-owned properties, and then the committee can think about its role going forward as both advisory but also in an advocacy role. And to your point, Commissioner Keeney, Chair Keeney, it is true that funders are investors. And so if they see a plan, that is going to move you into the, I always picture, funder is looking at a proposal. There's the yes pile, the no pile, and the maybe pile. And, if you don't have any sort of plan or policy or guidelines underpinning the proposal that you're making, you're going straight to the no pile. And one of the reasons that I am considering going, for example, to the National Endowment for the Arts for funds for public art is they helped fund the plan. So they've already made an investment in Placerville and public art, and so it would be logical for them to say, it's a good follow-on to what we've already approved. So don't hold me to it. It's a tricky world out there, but any other questions?
That's good. I had one question about the committee before I forget. How often do you anticipate the committee meeting?
Well, right now it's ad hoc because we don't have any projects to consider.
Okay. And
we do understand that there may be one coming forward. I know it will be on the agenda. I'm told it will be on the agenda for the 13th at City Council. And then, it will take some time for this committee to gain traction. So the committee will be meeting on an ad hoc basis for now. And, it would be a good problem to have so many projects that we have to meet all that frequently.
Okay, great. And you had another question?
Yeah, it's because you raised up the National Endowment of the Arts. And I don't know of anyone who's more successful and more competent in management of seeking funds than you have been. What's your prognosis? What kind of funding is going to be there in this tight budget world of the federal government? Do you have any crystal ball answers?
I forgot my crystal ball for tonight, but the National Endowment for the Humanities is completely on hiatus, and I was waiting for the NEA, the National Endowment for the Arts, to meet a similar fate. They have revised their guidelines. Their funding is intact, and if you have been working with the NEA as long as I have, you can kind of read between the lines. on what they're now trying to accomplish in the current administration. I think that's what you're asking.
Sure.
But their program is strong. I know some of the longtime leadership took a early retirement. But I'm, I've been a glass half full person, my whole career, and projecting confidence and believing in your project is, job one when you're applying for a grant. So I guess my best answer is I don't see any huge red flags where the NEA is concerned right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I do have one more little shameless plug. Oh, I have to give you your reports. On Wednesday, this is related. Yes, thank you. Hold on. Whoop. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one for you. I gave you one? I'm slipping. Okay, so this is related to culture and arts. On Wednesday, January 21st, right here in Town Hall, we are convening a town hall workshop on the new state economic, creative economy strategic plan. Woof, that was tough to get out. This is happening in every county around the state, and we have been asked by the California Arts Council to convene the El Dorado and Alpine County Creative Town Hall. Governor Newsom asked the California Arts Council to develop a report on our creative economy, which is a nearly $1 billion operation, creates over almost $1 billion in economic activity in California, creates over 900,000 jobs per year. And so this creative task force was put together, and now they are wanting feedback all across the state. So I would love all of you, you know where Town Hall is, so no excuses there. I'd love for to see all of you at this event. Let's just do this. This information about this event is also right at the top of our homepage on our website. So that is my report. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. And again, congratulations on this excellent job that you and the ABC planning firm put together. Would any member of the public like to speak about the public art plan? Good evening.
Good evening again. Now that copies have been handed out, is there a copy for the public to see?
It's on our website.
And a public copy?
The link is provided on the agenda to it.
Okay. Save a tree. Okay. A question, because it's been a while since this committee was created or discussed, and going forward, would a building owner still be able to produce their own mural without going through the committee or the city, as long as it met the requirements in the sign ordinance for murals? Question, is the art committee a Brown Act committee? And if so, would they be publishing their ad hoc meetings on the city's website, on City Hall, et cetera? And then if public funds are being used by the committee, how would accounting back to the public occur? So that's that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good questions all. As far as the Brown Act, I'm sure that does apply, applies to all public committees. But I will turn it over to, well, actually to staff. I would think for private art, when there's no public funds, no public building involved, I'm not sure, doesn't come under the public art plan, but is there a review by the city?
I believe we do have a mural review, and so anything that's done by this committee would not preclude them from doing what's written into the city's ordinance or any adopted policies that we have.
The public art plan really does focus on public buildings and public funds, as opposed to a private building, private funds, that kind of, okay. And then, was I correct about the Brown Act rules applying to the ad hoc committee?
Well, I see our presenter wanting to address that.
Welcome back to the podium.
Well, my apologies if this is off procedure. We're not a city committee. Well, I say we. The Public Art Committee is not a city body. So according to city attorney, it is not a Brown Act. It's not a Brown Act committee.
Oh, okay.
The meetings will be noticed, and they will be public, and the minutes will be out in the public. As far as the plan being available, I had mentioned to city manager that the plan be on the city website. That would make us super happy, because the plan belongs to the city. It's available on our website, but it's not our plan. You'll hear me say this over and over. This belongs to the city, and I'd love to see it on the city's website.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. It is the city's plan. You're right. Okay. But the committee will announce when they're going to meet.
Yes,
And so the
absolutely.
public
See,
can
the usual ways, social
And
media.
then as far as accounting for the funds, the last question, I think, I'm sure it's just going to, it'll be part of the other information and agendas. That would all be over on city council side.
That would be on the city council side, and planning or development services wouldn't be involved in that. So it'd probably be the city manager's office and our finance department that would know more.
It would track all the funds and be able to, provide documentation.
Correct.
Okay.
Like any other city expenditure, I'm imagining.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for answering those questions. Any other comments from the public on the public art plan? All right. Any other final comments from commissioners on this? All right. Let's move ahead to number 10, environmental assessments and public hearings. 10.1 is zoning ordinance amendment 25-01 involving accessory dwelling units. This is a public hearing and consideration recommendation to the City Council on proposed amendments to Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 12 of the Placerville Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. And before I turn it over to you, Ms. Kendrick, for your staff report, our job tonight on this zoning ordinance amendment, this is our review to make sure that we are now in conformance with state law, and I'm sure you'll cover all that in your in your staff report. And then we can provide some comments on that. So I'll turn it over to you for your staff report.
Thank you, Chair Keeney and members of the Planning Commission. Carol Kendrick, Director of Development Services, presenting item 10.1, which is a zoning ordinance amendment 25-01, updating our accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations. In Municipal Code Section 10-14-12, I would like to point out that Ms. Roberts did help with the preparation of the staff report and the ordinance. So for a quick background, our ADU and our JADU, which is our accessory dwelling units, and junior accessory dwelling units were last fully updated in 2024 via Ordinance 1714. However, state law continues to evolve to boost housing production. And in October 2025, the Housing, Community, and Development Department of the state, which is HCD, is commonly referred to, sent a technical assistance letter noting potential outdated provisions and urging the city to complete updates to our ADU and JADU laws. Several new bills took effect on January 1st of 2026, including Assembly Bill 1154, Senate Bill 543, and SB 9 streamlining approvals, clarifying standards, and strengthening enforcement. HCD just released a January 2026 addendum to their 2025 ADU handbook, which were incorporated into your packet. This addendum summarizes the changes like a 15-day application completeness review, limiting owner occupancy for junior accessory dwelling units only when they share sanitation facilities, prohibiting short-term rentals in JADUs under 30 days, and defining square footage as interior livable space, and more. The proposed amendments shown in the red line in attachment C and full text in Exhibit A to the draft ordinance align our code with these state mandates while keeping permitted local objective standards like 4-foot setbacks, design matching to the primary dwelling, and privacy measures for windows. We removed conflicting elements such as a post-2025 ADU owner occupancy requirement and certain deed restrictions to ensure preemption does not nullify our ordinance. These updates support our general plan goal H1 for affordable housing and our housing element program H-1.2, promoting ADUs, helping meet RHNA, which is our regional housing needs allocation obligations without new discretionary barriers. This item is exempt from CEQA under section 15061B3 as it's a regulatory text update with no potential for significant impacts as ADUs remain ministerial and site-specific. A public notice was published in the December 17th, 2025 Mountain Democrat, and we have received no comments to date. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission conduct the public hearing, determine the CEQA exemption, and adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approval of the ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions you have before opening the public hearing.
Thank you. It's a lot of updates to our existing document. I did meet with Ms. Kendrick today. She exchanged some emails. She made sure that I understood some of the changes that were required by the state. So it is, quite a technical document. Some subtle changes. Do any commissioners have, at this point, technical questions on the amendments to our ordinance?
I don't know if it's technical questions, but the difficulty I have is getting the material on a Friday afternoon, late in the day, and there's an extraordinarily large amount of material to study.
Well, that's maybe we should talk about that when we get to plan.
We can, but I'll just candidly tell you up front that there's a lot of material to study, and I don't feel very confident about it. If, for example, there was a notice on December 17th published in the newspaper, I'm wondering if there's some method to be able to let us know about that at that time, so we give a heads up as to what to expect and start reading up on the matter would be one thing. The other is on the city website. It often has a lot of soft information, but something like this that has major implications for many people in the city isn't mentioned, and I'm wondering if it could be, because we know from city council meetings in the past, as well as from this body, there's been tremendous public interest, and I don't see anybody, any more than a couple of people, much less than what was in the past. So I would feel much more comfortable it was more given exposure so that the public would know about these things in advance, and certainly I could be able to read through them. It's a lot of material in just a couple of days.
Any technical questions about the staff report or the draft amended ordinance?
I do. I had a clarifying question. When I was reading over it, it all seemed to be residential and talking about like 1 or 2 bedroom or potentially studio type houses. But then I saw that there was a section added about lodging houses with up to like 5 bedrooms. How does that apply within the context of the other rules? So the lodging houses is on like the 3rd page of the track changes version.
So it
Item number
says
4.
Yes.
lodging houses for transient uses, maximum bedroom and occupancy loads are determined by construction design. Is this, okay.
So that's more of it's really related to the short-term rentals, but I felt it was appropriate to put in here too because it's a California Building Code standard. And I wanted to make sure that was addressed in this as well.
Thank you.
Is the lodging house something different than a short-term rental, or could we just use the same term?
Lodging house is the term used in the building code, the California Building Code. STR is what our ordinance calls
Okay.
rentals.
I had some questions about some of the items that were listed in the letter of technical assistance that I didn't see reflected in the ordinance. Is this the time to go through that, or should I wait until we have our discussion?
I think that's a technical question about the ordinance, correct? So, or should we take, sure, let's go ahead and cover it now.
It's up to the pleasure of the planning commission.
And then we can take public comment on that as well.
Okay. Let me just organize. So all of my questions are on the red line version, Exhibit A of 10.1A. So the same document that we were just.
Attachment A?
Yeah, Attachment A, Exhibit A, the red line version. Let me see. So, and I'm sorry, my notes don't have the sections here, and my version doesn't have page numbers. So, under parking in N, so subsection N under.
That's on page 3.
Thank you.
No additional parking shall be required for an ADU. Is that how it starts?
Yeah, so so per the handbook, uncovered off-street parking demolished in conjunction with the construction of an ADU does not need to be replaced. And this, when I read this, it appeared as though we would require the loss of on-site parking resulting from the conversion of a garage or other parking area shall be replaced. So I thought that seemed to be inconsistent with the requirement. So this was changes to ADU law in 2024. So actually, I apologize, I referenced the handbook, but it's actually the letter of technical assistance.
Right, so that was addressed to Terry Zeller, and it says under changes on page 2 of that memo,
Yeah,
off-street parking spaces demolished in conjunction do not need to be replaced.
right. So, and then our code, this isn't an area that was revised in this version, but it appears to require replacement of off parking.
So this states that the loss of on-site parking from the conversion of a garage, carport, or loss of parking area shall be replaced to maintain a minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces. So that's in our proposed draft ordinance.
We can strike that.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, the way that I read the change to the law is specific to uncovered off-street parking, which some of the parking listed in our ordinance
Okay.
would be covered, but there is this general statement that loss of parking areas.
I think,
maybe that
I
needs to be
struggled
clarified.
the same thing. I think, staff help us on this, but I think that under 4N, it's if no additional parking shall be required except when located on a street determined to be substandard. So that controls all of N. So if the city has already declared that to be substandard, then the minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces and the loss of on-site parking resulting from the conversion shall be replaced. That's only if the city has already determined it to be substandard.
So even though it's technically off-site parking, because that site is located on a substandard street,
So am I?
the parking needs to be replaced?
This is the way because I struggled with it just
Yeah.
like you did. Looking at the letter, I have the same things highlighted. So that's the way I resolved it when I was studying the packet. So is that, I guess what I'm asking is there like a controlling statement there at the beginning and end that this only applies to substandard situations?
Well, so it says the exceptions are narrow and do not broadly apply to substandard streets, e.g. narrow, unpaved, or inadequate widths and curves. The only parking-related exceptions where a local agency might require limited parking or replacement is when a garage, carport, covered space is converted or demolished. Replacement may be required in some cases, but not for covered spaces. And proximity-based waivers related to being near transit or no parking needed.
And
that
you're
the
reading
government
that
code?
This is from this handbook document?
This is a summary. I do have some information from the handbook regarding historic, but basically it says some older local ordinances like Placerville's mention required parking or replacement on substandard streets, but this is likely preempted by current state law, which prohibits most parking mandates. As of 2026, Senate Bill 543 and related bills, parking barriers are further minimized. ADUs remain ministerially approved even on narrow and substandard streets, and fire access and building codes still apply. So adequate turnaround for emergency vehicles, but these do not block ADU approval outright. State law overrides conflicting local rules to prioritize housing production. So it's who determines if a street is substandard? I mean, because I don't know with like our small local streets and how they're categorized in our circulation element. I haven't looked at that, but they may be categorized where maybe they're substandard in nature, but it's recognized in the general plan. I mean, that's something that we might have to look further into.
So that's probably like engineering, city engineering would make that call if it's a substandard street. So then we would have an inventory of those.
Correct.
And so, Catherine, I think you and I have the same concern. Am I correct that then that N does just apply to this instance of the substandard streets? Was that your concern?
Well, I guess.
And then if it does, are we then in conformance with what the state law requires?
Right. I think the way that I read our code was that the on-street parking that's described in here applies to substandard streets, but then I saw the on-site parking or off-street parking to be handled separately and was directed based on this ADU law from 2024. So, so I just, yeah, I'm just concerned that this doesn't appear to align with the requirements of the law changes.
Okay.
So, do you
I'm going to defer to staff. You know, staff has looked at what the state changes require, and maybe you can clarify how this applies, and you know, are we now in conformance with what the state law requires?
So there have been many changes to the state law. I'm trying to pull up the handbook right now. Maybe if I can kind of look into that, maybe we can go on to another question. And
So, okay, so we'll circle back to parking. Any other technical questions? I just wanted to get an assurance from staff on the same page here of the draft ordinance page. Let me check that, page 3 at the top. Number 1 talks about manufactured or modular homes proposed to be used as detached ADUs. Can be different in architectural style from that of the principal dwelling on the lot, and that makes sense to me. But then we get down to number 3, our historic resources to prevent adverse impacts to any building that is listed in the California Register of Historic Resources located within a historic district. Exterior improvements to the existing building shall only be permitted if the proposed improvements are consistent with SOI standards for rehabilitation. My question for staff is, can we make an assurance that if, or add a line that if a manufactured or modular home is proposed in one of our historic districts, that we then state in our ordinance that modular home meet our SOI standards? It's an addition I think we need to clarify to protect the historic districts and assure the public that we are doing so. I don't want to be, out of conformance with law, but do we have that authority under since we're developing our own ordinance on this?
so in the ADU handbook, page 45, so it's the 2025 update, it says, with an adopted ADU ordinance in compliance with state ADU law, a local government may apply objective development and design standards that include but are not limited to parking, height, setback, landscape, architectural review, maximum size of unit, and standards to prevent adverse impacts on real property that is listed in the California Register of Historical Resources. These standards must be objective to allow ministerial review of the ADU. ADUs created under government code shall not be subject to design and development standards except for those specified in section 66323. So that's when they are on the register, the California Register of Historical Resources. So the next question, like I said, this is on page 45 of the ADU handbook. Can an ADU be built in a historic district if the primary residence is subject to historic preservation? Yes, ADUs are allowed within a historic district and on lots where the primary residence is subject to historic preservation. State ADU law allows for a local agency to impose standards that prevent adverse impacts on any real property that is listed in the California Register of Historical Resources. As with non-historic resources, an agency may impose objective standards that do not unreasonably restrict the creation of ADUs. Local agencies are encouraged to incorporate the standards into their ordinances and submit these standards along with their ordinances to HCD. So it sounds like it's giving you a little bit to work with, but again, both of these talk about being on the register, the California Register for Historic Resources.
They don't also list historic districts because often the law does accommodate, both that and local historic districts.
Yeah, it says ADUs are allowed in a historic district on lots with a primary residence that's subject to historic preservation. ADU law allows for a local agency to impose standards that prevent adverse impacts on any real property that is listed in the California Registry of Historical Resources. So,
And we don't meet that standard in all of our historic districts.
probably not, no.
Probably not. I know that for Cedar Ravine, we do, and I'm trying to think if we actually meet that higher standard for all of our historic districts. So the state law doesn't allow a municipality to develop its own objective standards. I understand that, but it only would apply for something that's specifically on the historic register.
Right. It does say, as with non-historic resources, an agency may impose objective standards that do not unreasonably restrict their creation, but we have to submit those to HCD for review, and that's something where it would need to be ministerial. It wouldn't be anything that would come back to a public hearing before.
Right. So the city would have to develop those objective standards, but that can be done.
But it's subject to approval by HCD.
Uh-huh. And so do you think, well, I just wanted to get some clarification on that. We'll bring it back and discuss it more fully here after we take public comment. So thank you for that information. Anyone else have a technical question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Kendrick, I wasn't following clearly which section you were just quoting from. For example, I guess it would be...
We don't have that handbook in front of us.
But what we do have in front of us is item number 3, and I'm just looking, it would be on document 10.1, attachment A, and it would be the section where it says, historic resources to prevent adverse impacts on any building that is listed in the California Registry of Historic Resources or located within a historic district. Exterior improvements to the existing building shall only be permitted if the proposed improvements are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards guidelines. And so when you were the language you were describing, I didn't know where it came from, but I believe you mentioned just the state registry, whereas this says within a historic district, but doesn't specify what that would be. And we, of course, have historic districts. So I'm not clear.
So what I'm quoting from is the 2025 HCD ADU handbook. I just pulled it up online as well, but I printed this out because I had a feeling this might come up. We will probably need to amend the language in the current code because what you're reading from is the current code. So we'll have to amend that to comply with state law.
And how would that be? You just take out that we would no longer be responsible for an historic district? If there was an ADU unit put in an historic district, meaning one that we, the city of Placerville, have, it would not apply to the Secretary of Interior's guidelines?
See, and what we'd have to do is strike or located within a historic district.
You're striking it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have to be consistent with state law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this came up during a webinar that I watched earlier, or last year. Other municipalities with historic districts were concerned about this change, so I'm not surprised to see that it did, come through. That is of concern, but unless the building is listed on the California Register, the city really doesn't have much. It doesn't have any control over the design of the ADU.
We can propose reasonable changes, but again, it's subject to HCD.
But there would have to be objective design standards,
Yeah.
right? So that it continues to be a ministerial review?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's okay. So enough. We'll take public comment and discuss this back here at the commission level. Any other, did you,
I've got a couple more.
okay.
Just looking at my notes. So in the technical letter, item 10.1, attachment D, under changes to ADU law in 2023, this says that this sunsets a former prohibition on a local agency imposing an owner occupancy requirement on any ADU, and instead prohibits a local agency from requiring owner occupancy for an ADU. That's the first bullet there. And when I look at the discussion of owner occupancy in our code, it's U and subsections 1, 2, and 3. The way that I read this, it looks like we're requiring owner occupancy. So, and again, I'm sorry, this is the 4th page of the red line version at the bottom of the page. So it's got owner occupancy requirements based on certain timelines, and then item or subsection U3 describes that basically that you have to have the owner occupancy in place, is the way that I read this.
So that owner occupancy, so they, before January 1, 2020, those were built and were subject to the owner occupancy requirement, and then they relieved that during COVID for 2020 to 25. So the law changed, so.
And then in 2025.
So 2023 sunsets this former prohibition. So then statement number 3, all ADUs that are permitted on or after January 1, 2025, actually, this reads are subject to an owner occupancy, but.
Right, but that seems to me to be in conflict with
But they should not be subject.
the law.
So actually, we would strike all 3, or maybe the whole use section. I would recommend we strike all of section U.
Because, okay, what about ADUs that were permitted before January 1, 2020, and they've been an ADU since then? So this,
If they were owner occupied, so this sunsets a former prohibition. So
even if they, okay, so that it's sunsetting all requirements, even, okay.
So, yeah, even prior to 2020.
Yeah, because we had this weird hybrid of the date they were issued and then it was relieved, and now the state is saying that you can't require it at all, regardless of when they were approved. Okay, so strike U under owner occupancy.
And then I think I had, and then on the next page, under item C for junior accessory dwelling units, I guess this isn't actually a technical question, so I'll skip that one. I had a note here that I'm going to hold off on this next one. So don't hold this up.
Or while you're looking, did you happen to get the information on parking?
Oh, I've got one more, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I Thank you all for your patience. So on the last page of the red line, under, it's D5, so processing time limits. So this describes the time frame that it would take to review the ADU and JDU ministerial permit. It shall be approved or denied within 60 days from the date the city receives a completed application. The city may delay acting on the permit application if the permit application is submitted with the permit application to create a new single family on the lot. So, excuse me. I'm missing a number on my notes here. So there was a change in the ADU law in 20, there was a change in the ADU law in, here it is, 2020, from, again, the technical assistance letter that requires that the application for the creation of the ADU or JDU is deemed approved, not just subject to ministerial approval if the local agency has not approved or denied the completed application within 60 days. So when I read this, it didn't appear to me that was compliant with this law.
We can take a look at that.
Okay. Do we need to actually resolve the wording of this code during this meeting, or can we just make suggestions for some of this to be looked at again before it goes to City Council?
Pass on our recommendation to City Council. So I can envision that our motion would be, pending updates from staff.
Okay.
So then it moves on up to City Council for their review. They're essentially taking in our comments and notes and then staff addressing this, and that would be the most expeditious. But we can, again, talk about that. I think that might be the best course because we are, the state is looking at us to update this, and time is of the essence now. So it would then,
Okay.
this is ultimately City Council's responsibility. So I could see our recommendation would include language that says, with staff addressing, the concerns noted in these certain sections.
Okay. I do have one more technical question for you. So going back to section B, accessory dwelling units on the first page of the red line, under maximum size, so C, property development standards, C, and then 3. So the current law has the maximum requirement, the maximum size of an ADU to be 1,200 square feet. And then below that, it says an accessory structure conversion to ADUs may expand up to 150 square feet. And it was a little bit unclear on what that meant. Is that 150 square feet in addition to the 1,200, or is that trying to suggest that an accessory structure could be expanded by 150 square feet past its existing size?
I have the handbook up right here. Okay, that actually might be in.
Where was it?
I apologize. This is, the handbook doesn't have anything on additions.
Okay, so the 1,200 square foot maximum wasn't, because I thought, the reason I wanted to bring it up is just because I thought that maybe that was a state law. Or I thought I recalled seeing that as a state law requirement. I guess either, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. An accessory dwelling unit expansion of 150 square feet in California typically refers to a limited addition allowed when converting an existing structure like a garage into an ADU, specifically for ingress and egress stairs, hallways, without triggering full local zoning rules, allowing for conversions beyond original footprints under state law.
Okay, and then the 1,200 square foot maximum, that's just the city's requirement? Oh, okay. It's not,
That is the city's requirement.
okay, but it's not meeting any, like, state code? Or,
So on the sizes, I know it's typically based on bedrooms. Still, what I'm seeing is ADUs can be up to 1,200 square feet.
and then is the 150 in addition to that, or is it?
If it's a conversion and they need to, like I said, add in a stairway or a hallway or something that is related to ingress and egress.
I see, okay. So this might need some clarification.
As to what an accessory structure is, as opposed to habitable space? Is that your concern?
I see, okay, maybe I wasn't really thinking about what an accessory structure.
Yeah. So an accessory structure, so egress, so a staircase.
So the ADU can have its own accessory structure? Okay, because I was thinking, because you can convert an accessory structure to an ADU as well.
Right.
And that's where I was getting confused.
On the terminology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask you to specify which page your document?
This is a bottom page one.
Of the red line?
Red line, second to last
Red
section.
line of what?
Of,
The ordinance.
Red lines.
of Exhibit A of the
So-
ordinance that we're looking at right now.
Okay, so Exhibit A, and it would
Yeah.
be in essence page 6.
Mine
that
aren't
would be-
numbered.
It's not marked, but it'd be, since the page before it says page 5,
Oh.
that would be page 6
That's very
that
clever
right?
of
Of
you,
the
yes.
attachment.
of the attachment.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, and you're talking about the top of the page.
No, at the
red
bottom,
lines.
second from the bottom, accessory structure conversions to ADUs may expand up to 150 square feet.
Excuse me, Commission. The building official would like to elaborate on this discussion, if he may.
Certainly.
Keeney, rest of the commissioners. The accessory structure conversion that's allowing up to 150 square feet is meant to allow for an expansion of that existing structure to allow for egress without triggering any zoning requirements. So it's not an expansion or an addition of the conversion of the accessory structure.
Okay,
It's allowing access to that accessory structure as a dwelling unit now, ingress and egress, without triggering the additional zoning requirements such as setbacks. Let's say it's a two-story and you have a garage below and a dwelling unit above. You may have to build a stairway, which is greater than the height limitation that would trigger the setbacks from the rear and the sides. This is allowing for that additional 150 square feet of that addition to allow access to that conversion.
And that's exterior. For an example, exterior to the building, or this is interior?
It could be an addition that is enclosed. It could be interior.
It could be either. Okay.
And then that 150 square feet could be in addition to the 1,200 square feet maximum?
No,
'Cause it's-
the 1,200 square foot is the maximum. But if you needed to create additional space to access the dwelling unit, it allows for the 150 square feet of the addition to access it.
So that 150 square feet wouldn't be livable space?
Correct.
Counted in the square footage?
I think my question's been answered.
Okay.
I think we might need to talk about that one, though.
Okay. Well, here, sure. After we take public comment.
Well, here's mine.
Uh,
Just to make another stab at it and see if I can understand this clearly. In the document marked 10.1, attached number A, and then specifically it would be on page 3, section 3, it states, the municipal code is hereby amended in its entirety to read as set forth in Exhibit A, attached hereto and incorporated by reference. So we then look at Exhibit A. And on what would be page 7, though not marked, is that paragraph up at the top, 3, historic resources to prevent adverse impact on any building that is listed in the California Registry of Historic Resources. So what I'm asking is, when it comes to the next line where it says, or located within an historic district, what historic district? We have historic districts. It doesn't specify.
But we have to strike that, or located within a historic district.
Why do we have to strike it?
Because it's not consistent with state law.
Yes.
How did, when you were going through this, all this redlining, nobody struck it out?
I apologize. We have very limited resources and a lot of things that we're pushing forward, so I apologize.
No, I apologize for bringing it up at this late date, but I only had a few days. I'm sorry.
You have what's required. You have it in the time that is required by law. I'm the only planner, and I'm trying to process things. We're trying to catch everything, but this is, why the Planning Commission is here, and we will do better on making sure that we catch everything, but.
So then the next version that goes to City Council will have that struck.
Correct.
To be clear, I think you're doing an exceptional job, and I know the burdens that are present. I'm just trying to follow through, and I admittedly have a lot of difficulties, that's all.
My understanding, though, is that we also have a responsibility to go through some of this, kind of like we're going through right now, right? So, so I think it's fine for us to, look at this and identify areas that might have been.
Yeah, and you've done an excellent job of picking, from the, I guess, probably some of your own knowledge, but the sources, the changes, and finding some of these omissions and just needing clarification. So I want to thank you for all your work on that. On that same page, we were talking about the parking. We were a little confused as to whether this proposed amendment is in conformance with the, whether or not we have to replace street parking. Did you ever find the part of the handbook you were looking for? Yes. Okay.
Yes, so no parking requirements for ADUs shall not, so that's exceeding. Local agencies may choose to eliminate or reduce parking requirements for ADUs, such as requiring a 0 or a fraction of a parking space for each ADU. To further reduce barriers to ADU construction, ADUs exempt from parking requirements. This is not tracking for me.
I think what you're reading is referring to is the parking requirements for the ADU, but what we were looking at is there a requirement to replace parking that's lost from construction?
I guess
of
more
the ADU?
specifically, can we compel replacing that? Because the
Right.
way I'm hearing is that in order to promote these, the city can't compel that.
We can't, so if it's a garage conversion, we can't ask them to replace parking.
So,
So so that's a good catch. It says here, the loss of on-site parking resulting from the conversion of a garage, carport, or loss of parking area shall be replaced. That needs to be struck. I'm sorry, Jay?
We have that documented.
Okay,
so we are moving.
we are eliminating N to make our ordinance, conform with new state law. So strike that in its entirety, okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. Where's the other, wasn't there another one? No, that's not an amendment. Okay. We just, okay. We'll bring that back. Any other technical questions on the document?
I do have more.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is great.
Sorry, I'm kind of
Really
jumping.
went
I'm jumping around here because originally I wanted to keep. I thought some of these were more appropriate for our discussion, but I'm realizing that they're
The
actually
reason I think
technical.
we should do this now is then the public knows that we're considering this and they can comment on these,
Okay.
the changes that we have. Actually, what we're finding is where this proposal is not in conformance with
Right.
state law. So I think it's important for the public to know that these changes have to be made and they can comment on that.
Okay. All right. And I'll try to do a better job of explaining where I'm at. So it's easier for me to see here. Five, 6, 7, 8. 9 on the the 9th page of the red line version of item 10.1, attachment A, exhibit A. Actually, I think it's 11. It's actually the second to last page. I miscounted.
Okay, second to last page of the red line version?
Of the red line version. So if you go all the way to the end, go back one, and under deed restriction,
Yeah.
G, sale of units. So
And then looking at the letter of advice or
So actually, this was in the addendum to the accessory dwelling unit handbook. Assembly Bill 1154 requires it. The first bullet, it specifies that if a JDU has shared sanitation facilities with the primary structure, the owner occupancy will be required. If the JADU does not have shared sanitation facilities, owner occupancy will not be required. So right now, our code requires owner occupancy for all JADUs. And I need to find that. And I apologize. I'm doing this for the first time in this way, so I'm realizing I'm a little bit all over the place. But then under G, sale of units, it says the JADUs may be rented independently of the primary dwelling, but may not be sold or conveyed separately from the other dwelling on the lot. The JADU or primary dwelling must be owner occupied. So, so this is specifically requiring that the JADU must be owner occupied. And I guess when I looked for sale.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that we were really meeting the requirement of this bill, since there's the two things, you know, the sharing of the occupancy requirements tied to the sanitation facilities. And then I guess we have the sale of units here, but that's the only place that I see any owner occupancy requirements in here. So I wanted to see what what your thoughts were about that.
We can update that accordingly.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that response?
We can update it accordingly to make sure it's consistent.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't have any other technical questions.
Okay, and we, okay. Everything else can be covered after we take public comment? I believe so. Okay. Excellent job. Thank you so much. And it's a little hard to track, but I appreciate the thorough job that you did.
Thank you for sticking with me.
Well, and you're protecting the interest of the city. I mean, there's strangely this pressure to get this enforced. If we don't, then we're compelled to follow whatever, we lose any local control over this, essentially. The state would come in and mandate that we follow different guidelines. But so we need to move this forward. So I appreciate you working on it. So at this point, we'll open up for public comment on the ordinance that would be amending our accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Our action tonight would be to forward this to our city council for their review and approval. And as we've gone over, it looks like we would recommend that there would be a number of amendments and updates by staff in the next version that went to city council, but we can move this along. Since we only meet monthly, I don't know that staff has heard us. I think, you know, they can incorporate these changes, but anyhow, good evening.
Kathy Lishman, I don't have any meaningful comments. I agree with Kirk about how hard it is to have such a short amount of time to review it, and I appreciate all of your comments. December is a difficult month, and usually nothing comes, people don't pay attention to much in December. I didn't realize today that I, for some reason, am not getting the Planning Commission agendas anymore, and I've gotten them for years. So, and today I couldn't review it, so I didn't look at the agenda until I got here tonight to support the arts plan, to see how many difficult topics you have on your agenda tonight. I didn't know what the deadline is for this, and I assume that that's why Carol brought it now, is there's a deadline coming. But I wish that it could have been a workshop with like a PowerPoint presentation or something on the screens to follow. And maybe we have no choice, but I see what's happening is that our neighborhoods that are built out already lose all concept of planning. And that our neighborhoods can become a hodgepodge when you can add this and you can add that, and the setbacks are waived, and things that people, I know the state thinks it's a one-size-fits-all, but it's not, and I feel bad about that. Setbacks are an issue. You know, to lose the setbacks that people, I mean, I live in a neighborhood where all the houses are built out, and to think that things will change unexpectedly is difficult. It says that there's a webinar on January 30th. I didn't know if there was still time after that webinar to bring it back to the Planning Commission. and a way of actually translating the changes into something that's easier to understand. I understand how hard it is for you to be doing this at this time. And I just hope that, I just wish it could be continued.
Thank you for your comments and your concern. I spoke with Ms. Kendrick about that webinar, and she anticipates that there would not be new information. But do you want to speak to that, Carol?
It is going over the changes that went into effect for on January 1st of 2026. So I think it's informational to help individuals and understand what those changes are that are on the books now.
And kind of related to what Ms. Lishman just brought up, do you anticipate taking this to City Council at the next meeting, or what's your
Yes.
schedule? At the next meeting, okay. So that we can move this along.
I mean, it's up to the pleasure of the Planning Commission, but we are already non-compliant.
Right.
So this has been on the books for a while and just hadn't advanced.
So we're getting the city in compliance with state law.
Correct. So HCD is constantly reaching out, asking when this is going. And so what we did is we did a combo ad for Planning Commission and City Council. If the commission is not comfortable with forwarding a recommendation at this time, we can offer that it be continued at the January 13th meeting to allow the Planning Commission, more time to review the changes.
Okay. 1326. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Excellent job for the staff. I mean, it is. And crew, it's amazing that all of the little traps there are everywhere in here. So my question is, can the city regulate parking? And in previous versions of the state law, if we were in a severe fire zone, we could regulate the on-street parking when there was determined to be substandard streets. We have that section in code. I don't know where it is, but I've seen it. Widths, et cetera. We have a lot of one-lane unstriped roads considered substandard. So I think that is what the state says. You have to offer subjective standards to give a denial to a project. And I think that we could easily reference that section that already exists and say, due to emergency access, wildfire evacuation, there's a risk to public health and safety if we start allowing on-street parking because the law anyway. So we have that option to argue, send it to HCD, let them throw it back at us saying, no, we want your whole neighborhoods to burn because the streets are plugged with vehicles. Let them make that argument. Yeah, so I'd like to see if that, if we're still in a severe fire zone, if that still exists. And yes to putting standards on structures that are going to show up in our historic districts, because I read it too, or heard it, that the state's looking for subjective standards to apply to give a denial or require a review. And I think the SOI standards are good enough for Monticello. They already exist. They've been around forever. You can just blanket, because if it's going to become ministerial and not come to Planning Commission for review, you just say, okay, staff, you put your SOI standards over this structure and you choose the materials and the look. And so that might work. Same thing, just send it to HCD and make them say no. Because if we're working with HCD, then we shouldn't be in violation because we're showing a fair effort to make a proper law. And then as for postponing it or or sending it off to council now. I guess it sounds like staff, if it gets postponed, staff's going to have to do another public notice in the Democrat, which has costs, but, and if waiting for the webinar isn't really going to be answering questions we have, it's just going to be more of a one-way telling us there might not be a reason to delay it anymore. I just think if you have a lot of great catches already, you send this over to council, they're going to have their own questions. We put something together, we send it to HCD, they're going to deny it anyway, send it back, make us redo it. So that's just my gut feeling on that. Question under that red line version, D1, site plan required. Can we add into those site plan requirements things that already kind of exist, where like transient light calculations onto neighbors' property, landscape maintenance, or is that not allowed? And I kind of disagree that this has no environmental impacts, because what's happening is the state is creating a system where almost by right, somebody can come in and place a structure, bring in vehicles, bring in more density into already very dense neighborhoods with narrow streets, that if there was an emergency evacuation, public health and safety is at risk. If we start increasing the density of our tiny little neighborhoods, I think that just does not deserve a clean pass from CEQA. But and those neighborhoods that are wide enough streets, they can get their ministerial ADUs. But I'm just thinking of all these tiny little neighborhoods that are so packed already. I think we have an argument to make to HCD that we have a right to do some controls on street parking due to public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern and well spoken about public health and safety. And that's come up before when the first ADU ordinance came through. A lot of members of the public spoke about that, but to answer your questions, as I read this, and Ms. Kendrick, this emergency access doesn't come into play under this ADU ordinance. Or Ms. Roberts, maybe you have more experience with this. You're also an author on this, but the state is saying that even if you do have the substandard streets, they're not going to compel off-street parking. Oh, okay.
I'd like
Mr.
to answer this
Horsfall.
question for you, Chair Keeney. The way the code reads here, it says, except when located on a street determined to be substandard. If we look at the new subdivisions being built, there's only parking on one side of the street. It's not off-street parking on one side. It's a fire lane. Is that deemed substandard? These are the questions that we would want to ask.
But as far as the ADU ordinance and the laws from the state, they are saying that we can't require the off-street parking. Isn't that correct, Ms. Kendrick? Or whoever has more experience with that. That's the way I interpreted it. Even if you're in a high fire hazard severity zone, there's no exception under the ADU law. They want to promote these accessory dwelling units, and so we don't have that authority to require it.
To Mr. Drobish's point, we have narrow roads, and we are extremely dense in Placerville. Dense to the point to where we are creating only curb and gutter on one side and restricting parking to the other side. The state is right when they decided that we couldn't require off-street parking. That would really damage our neighborhoods, and we would be going backwards if we allowed or required off-street parking.
And then regarding the historic district, I think it was very clear, very plain from what Ms. Kendrick read to us tonight that as far as this ADU law goes, it is limited to buildings listed in the California Register of Historic Resources. So if a building owner has gone to that level of effort to get it listed, then the city can require that any exterior improvements be in conformance with the SOI standards. However, for other buildings in our locally designated historic districts, we can't make that comply. So unfortunately, hopefully it won't come up very often, and people living in the historic districts can respect that if they do decide to build an ADU. Is that, Ms. Kendrick, isn't that the way the law reads?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so
I have a proposal on that topic. In striking the historic district language, could we add like a subsection that says that the historic...
Before we do that, I'm just going to close public comment. Thank you both for commenting. I appreciate you spending time. As you heard us hash out what we could to give you a chance to respond to that. So, and we appreciate your comments regarding the hard work. So I'm going to close public comment at that and bring it to commission for possible action. Now, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. So could we add an additional section or possibly a subsection that says that the homes in the historic districts that are not part of the register must meet the city standards?
No.
Oh, dang it. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment on the historic district and resources. If we do look at it the way it reads, to prevent adverse impacts on any building that is listed in the registered historic, located within the historic exterior improvements. Let's say you're looking at a historic building and you're getting ready to make alterations to it to accommodate an ADU. That's when this code section would apply here. You wouldn't want to alter an existing or registered historic building to accommodate the ADU.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier, I watched a webinar last year, and we're not the only community struggling with this, that within a locally designated historic district, we can't compel them to uphold the SOI standards. A lot of people are frustrated with this, so it's only applies to those listed in the historic state list. So, Ms.
Again, you can propose reasonable standards, but they're subject to approval by HCD.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you going to change the
Go ahead,
topic?
Catherine.
I was going to change the topic.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Anything else to add?
Just very quickly on what you just said with the reasonable standards, how could we incorporate that? Does it need to be within the regulations?
Yes, it would.
So just so I understand, you think that we do have that flexibility to incorporate that into the ordinance?
You have the potential to include that. Again, it's going to be subject to HCD, and they may not agree with some of the standards that the city might want to impose.
So the city would, before you submit it to HCD, you would have to come up with those objective design standards that would have to be part of the package.
Correct.
Okay, and that city council would we review those, or would you just give that to city council for their review, those objective design standards?
Well, you would have to recommend the standards, being the historic commission as well.
Okay,
And
we would
then
have that.
would be included in, because the state is going to ask us for a copy of the ordinance, the adopted ordinance that includes the new language, and they'll review that. And again, they they can agree or disagree or partially agree, and then, that would mean going back to both bodies to revise that based off HCD's recommendations.
Okay, so part of our recommendation to City Council would be for them to delay submitting, give staff the funding and the time to develop those objective design standards. That could be part of our recommendation to them. And then they can decide whether or not they want to do that, have money to do that, or if they want to expedite it.
Correct. I mean, we can make that, include that in the recommendation, is getting approval for, to utilize staff resources to do that.
Okay.
Sorry to get back to this business about preparation, but when did the staff know that there was this deadline, that we were already in non-compliance with the legislation?
This was known by prior staff. I received an email from HCD in October, and so that's when it kind of came on my radar, but there were notes left by previous staff saying that they were aware of it and hadn't been able to work on it.
Okay.
I kind of wanted to circle back to the parking, because I think, are we still, I do think that it's worth considering whether we have any flexibility with that, or there's an opportunity to kind of help reduce some of the on-street parking if there could be a potential hazard associated with moving all on-site parking to off-street parking in a substandard street.
Okay. And what would that look like?
Well, I guess, it doesn't sound like we do have any flexibility with that.
Correct. So basically,
Just because of the law.
The HCD handbook says that we can require parking spaces on site, one parking space per unit or bedroom, whichever is less. These spaces may be provided in tandem parking on a driveway. Guest parking shall not be required for ADUs under any circumstances. In addition, a local agency may not require off-street parking to be replaced when a garage or carport, covered parking structure, or uncovered parking space is demolished in conjunction with the construction of an ADU or conversion to an ADU.
Okay.
Can I read that?
So, nope. So parking requirements for ADUs shall not exceed one parking space per unit or bedroom, whichever is less. These spaces may be provided as tandem parking on a driveway. Guest parking spaces shall not be required for ADUs under any circumstances. In addition, a local agency may not require off-street parking spaces to be replaced when a garage, carport, covered parking structure, or uncovered parking space is demolished in conjunction with the construction of an ADU or converted to an ADU.
So the way I read that is we can set standards for parking to be provided for the ADU tenants associated with the ADU, but not replace parking associated with the primary residence or that was existing prior to the ADU.
So we can require one space that may be provided in as a tandem parking on the driveway.
It must be tandem.
Says these spaces may be provided as tandem parking on a driveway.
Maybe.
Guest parking shall not be required under any circumstances. In addition, a local agency may not require off-street parking spaces to be replaced when a garage, carport, covered parking structure, or uncovered parking space is demolished in conjunction with the construction of an ADU or conversion. So if someone is converting their garage, we can't make them come up with two spaces and and we can't require off-street parking.
So no changes to the parking. Yeah. All right.
Can I just ask about this timing for the future business? Because I heard some discussion about asking the staff to draft regulations and things like that. So what kind of deadline would you be talking about? What's the proposal? That we would ask you, the staff, to come back and hammer these things out and come back at a future date? What?
Oh, we wouldn't do that. We would be recommending to City Council to fund that, to direct staff, and then we would hear back from them what the schedule would be. So that's not under our control.
I'm not clear. You're saying we would ask this?
Well, what's before us tonight is to make a recommendation on this ordinance to City Council for their consideration. If part of our recommendation is that we feel that they should develop those, that would be, approve this ordinance, with the other amendments we've talked about, including we recommend that they direct staff to develop those design standards that we've talked about for the historic districts. And then if the City Council feels that that's, something that's doable, then they would direct staff to do that, and then it would come back to us for review. But the timing would be up to the City Council.
The design standards would be up to
The objective design standards for an ADU or a JADU, right? So that would be City Council's decision whether they want to go that direction or not.
And if they did this, let's say a month or two down the line, would that still be in compliance with the current legislation?
Well, no, we're already out of compliance. I think we've been out of compliance for a long time.
A couple days, well, just for the 2026. Like I said, HCD has been very adamant that we need to get these changes made as soon as possible, and they are frequently contacting me.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking for a solution. So,
right.
One could be we pass this, no matter how amorphous it is, but we pass it now and then come back later on. So we've met the deadline for now. You've got these amendments that you've asked for, and then we can come back and make sure that they conform to all the kinds of concerns we might have put in the mix back in October, November, December. In other words, you get a second bite at the apple. Is that possible?
Well, we could propose, so if I'm tracking you correctly, Commissioner Smith, is taking forward the amendment with all the changes that are discussed today and getting that through the process, and then coming back with design standards for historic districts related to ADUs and JADUs, and taking that forward to City Council if they authorize utilization of those resources, and then submitting that to HCD for further review, because that will be subject to HCD review. I mean, all the other changes are bringing the ordinance into compliance with all the state laws, but again, the objective guidelines would be subject to their approval.
And so HCD has been in contact with you about updating. So if you can convey to them that we are in process, and this is one of the things that would kind of relieve a little bit of that pressure, that they know that City Council's considering it, and if City Council then decides that we do need these objective design standards, it gets us a little more time to get the plan complete and satisfy the requirement.
I can absolutely communicate that to HCD.
Okay.
I don't want to delay it any further, but let's just let you know that anything I've said or will say is not to denigrate the staff, who I think are exceptional, they're honest, they're competent, you've worked hard. I want some movement later on we can discuss for coming up with solutions. But for now, I'm not going to vote for it simply because I feel incompetent. When I looked at material on Friday, I felt relieved because it wasn't that thick. And then I start reading it, and it's scores of statutes and regulations that are incorporated by reference that I've got to go read, and laws, statutes, and legislation that I haven't read. There's no chance to being able to do that under normal circumstances. And then Sunday, when I got a chance to look at it, there's just not that much time. This is not the only thing I do. I've got 3 houses that are needing restoration. Friends come in from out of town I haven't seen in 20 years. And then today, I'm buying a car. And so I go, haven't done that in a long time. Do you know it took me all day long to apply for loans buy a car? I didn't know it took that long. A whole day. I would have rather talked to you directly and worked this thing out in advance. There's no chance. So I just don't feel confident. I have to have a lot of malpractice insurance in the private sector to put my name on something when I haven't been prepared to do it. So it's not your fault. And until later on when we get a chance, I'd like to explore with you ways we can help this in the future so we get some heads up about, hey, this is going to be coming up.
And maybe we can take that up a little bit later.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah. Duly noted. At this time, I'd like to invite one of you to make a motion for us to take action on this per the staff recommendation. Either we can forward a recommendation for approval, approval of modifications, or recommend denial. So would someone like to make a motion in line with one of those things?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval with the modifications discussed tonight.
Okay. We have a motion.
Well, do we need to specifically include our request for the city council to consider preparation of objective design standards? Does that need to
We
be
can
included in the motion?
elaborate on that. If I can get a second, we can take it under further discussion.
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you, Catherine. So we have a motion and a second. So further discussion. There aren't any other changes to the actual draft ordinance, but I think what I'm hearing is that Catherine will want to make sure that staff is very clear on, our concerns. I think you are, but I would like to go through the several pages where we did have changes just to make sure that we all understand what is allowed and what our preference is. Going on, I'm sorry, I numbered these in my mind, page 1 of the ordinance. So that once you get into the red line, the first page of that, there was the concern about the 150 square feet. That doesn't need to be addressed, or does that need to be clarified as far as you're concerned, Catherine? We heard from Mr. Horsfall about what that meant, the accessory structure. Did you, do you think it needs to be clarified?
I think as long as it's able to be interpreted by
Planning staff?
Yeah.
And,
then
okay, so you're comfortable
I'm
with
comfortable.
it as written? Okay. Wonderful. But our big concern then is over on, so that would be 1, 2, 3, where we get to the historic resources. And I think we speak for all of us that we want to recommend that City Council direct staff to develop objective design standards for ADUs and junior ADUs requiring exterior improvements to buildings in historic districts in the city. Does that catch the essence of our concern?
Did I understand that it would then be coming back to us after those standards
If the
were
city,
written?
if the city, right, if the city approves and gives staff that direction, then as the Historic Advisory Committee, Ms. Kendrick said we would take a look at that for approval by the City Council. Okay, so that satisfies that concern. Striking in its entirety on that same page, N under parking, because that's not in alliance with the state regulations, so we can't require any parking. Also striking in its entirety owner occupancy requirements. I think that was our that has 3 elements, and none of those are in conformance anymore. And then finally.
I'm sorry, can you go back to the last one you just said?
It is on, yes, it's regarding owner occupancy, and it starts with all ADUs, and it ends with number 3. So none of that is allowed any longer. And then the last thing that I have is, this is labeled G on the second to last page, sale of units. Junior ADUs may be rented independently and so on. What we're asking for, or what staff offered to do, was update that language so that it is in agreement and clear what that means. That this, regarding the junior ADU being owner occupied.
That was in compliance with AB 1154.
AB 1154?
Yes.
Okay. So just advise staff to make sure that it does comply with that. Okay. So that's not an amendment. I just was going through. Have I missed anything? Do we need to amend Alyssa's motion? Or is this are you in agreement that we've captured everything?
Yes, I'm
when
in
you said
agreement with everything you
amended?
listed, yes.
Making some sausage up here. Okay. All right, so we have a motion clarified and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Please call the vote, Ms. Watkins-Howie.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Stratton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sylvester?
Aye.
Chair Keeney?
Aye. So the vote is 3-1 with a no vote from Commissioner Smith. And our recommendation is for this to go to City Council, and we await with bated breath their response. And it's 8:10, and I am going to request that we adjourn for 5 minutes to take a break. Let's meet back, so that's 8:08, so 8:15, and we'll take up the next item. It's 8:15, and calling us back to order here for the meeting. We'll move on. Item 10.2, zoning ordinance amendment 2502 for hosted short-term rentals. This item is again another public hearing and recommendation to City Council on proposed amendments to Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 20 regarding short-term rentals, amendments to our Placerville City Code to include hosted short-term rentals, and finding the project is exempt from CEQA and pursuant to Title 14, Chapter 3, Section 15060C2 and 3. So again, this our job tonight is to decide to make a recommendation to City Council on these proposed amendments. So I'll turn it over again to you, Ms. Kendrick, for your staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Planning Commission. Carol Kendrick presenting item 10.2. It's a zoning ordinance amendment 25-02 proposing updates to Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 20 of the City Code to include hosted short-term rentals. So just a little bit of background. The council adopted Ordinance 1710 in 2022, allowing short-term rentals only in commercial zones like the commercial business district, commercial, and highway commercial, with a cap of 10 permits per year. This supported tourism while protecting residential areas from conversions. Since then, we've seen a rise in requests for hosted rentals, where the owner stays on site, offering lower impacts like reduced noise and better management. This amendment stems from Councilmember Gottberg's request in August of 2023, which asked staff to explore hosted options, including residential zones for homeowners for homeowner income without harming neighborhoods. The proposed changes detailed in Attachment A expand applicability to residential zones under the California Building Code R3 standards for single-family homes. Key features include defining hosted rentals, requiring that the deeded owner as a host with primary residence and on-site presence. Allows hosted in ADUs if the owner is in the primary dwelling or in the main home. If in an ADU, it's prohibited, or in the main home if in a JADU, but prohibits the standalone JADUs, apartments, or hotels. We are proposing to raise the citywide permit cap to 30, requiring annual renewals, business licenses, TOT payments, occupancy limits up to 5 bedrooms, 10 people in residential, noise curfews, and record keeping, and unhosted rentals stay limited to commercial zones. This aligns with our general plan by boosting tourism economically while safeguarding housing, similar to approaches in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and South Lake Tahoe, where hosted models have fewer restrictions. Environmentally, it is exempt under CEQA Section 15060C2 and 3, as no physical changes or project are defined. This item was published in the Mountain Democrat on December 17th, and staff has not received any comments to date. Staff recommends approval, forwarding the draft ordinance and resolution to City Council, and this would balance opportunity with protection. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you have before opening the public hearing.
Thank you very much. I did want to ask one question regarding the total number of short-term rentals of any type. So on page 3, at the top, number 5, it reads, the number of short-term rental permits issued by the city shall not exceed a total of 30 units per calendar year. And that is 30 units for both hosted and unhosted units across the city.
Correct.
That's okay. I just want to make sure I understood what was being proposed there. And then what we're looking at is an amendment. So we have language in this ordinance update that references both hosted and unhosted short-term rentals. The unhosted ones are just in our commercial district, highway commercial district.
Correct.
But you've combined both, things that apply to both in this one draft that we have before us tonight.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any technical questions? Go ahead, Catherine.
There were a number of places where there was a section referenced, but then it was just left blank. Is that intentional? It said applicable administrative procedures. Is that so? On page 2, for example, under E, permit required 1, it says an application for an STR shall be filed with the Development Service Department and shall be processed in accordance with section, and then in brackets, applicable administrative procedures.
We'll add those in.
Okay.
So that will be updated? Okay.
Correct.
And then on page 3, under F5, it refers to table 1, but I didn't see a table in this section. Is that referring to a table in a different section?
We can remove those references. We remove the table.
Okay.
Let's see. So we could,
Actually, it looks like that whole sentence could come out because it's referring to as noted above.
yeah,
And then the table, but then it goes on to explain the occupancy.
we can delete that.
Okay.
So just delete that entire sentence. Okay.
Or let me,
Okay, any other technical questions?
Yes, just you mentioned posted and non-posted on page 3 at the top, and I'm looking before that to see where those are defined.
I'm sorry, what's defined?
A moment ago, you were describing on page 3 at the top, this would be number 6, about the rental units is posted or non-posted. And that's a term, those are terms I heard from you, but that I looked before that to look for those terms. Are they defined before that? In the preceding pages?
The California Building Code, R3 group lodging facilities, that's defined. And again, that came up with our previous item where that's the definition in the California Building Code, but it includes 1 or 2 family dwellings and only allows up to 5 bedrooms and up to 10 people to be utilized for lodging purposes only. And then, let's see, hosted rental is in definitions on page 2, a rental property at which a host resides and sleeps in one of the legally permitted bedrooms during the period of the rental. Sleeping quarters are not allowed in outdoor areas, including tree houses, tent camping, or in campers, trailers, passenger vehicles, recreational vehicles, and the like. And then a short-term rental is defined on page 2 as well, either as a hosted rental or rental of a structure, unit legally permitted for lodging for 30 consecutive days or less. The rental may be for the entire structure, unit, or a portion of it.
Again, the word posted means what?
Hosted?
Yes.
That the property owner on the deed is there when the units are rented.
I see.
I had meant to look this up and I realized I didn't. Is there a difference between one of these STRs and like a bed and breakfast? I guess it would be,
Food.
okay,
It's the food.
okay.
This is a very general question, and I know it could apply to numerous things that come before us, but I'm curious on the fact that they need to get a permit. Is there a limitation that says it has to be renewed every year somewhere, or could we choose the length of the permit period?
It's annually, and it's because they need to provide TOT information, and so we need to track that.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
make sure that they're complying. It's been problematic since we adopted the 1710 ordinance.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I had the same question, so I found it in there. It's under E4 on page 2.
Annual renewal. Mhm. Okay. Okay, any other technical questions? Okay. At this time, I'll open up for public comment on this draft of updating our ordinance for short-term rentals.
Kathy Lishman, my turn first. Oh, he's gone. One of the things Michael had said is we have little tiny neighborhoods. And again, this could be an impact, but it's good if the owner has to be there. I've read conflicting information where it says the property owner or a responsible staff. I don't like the responsible staff part. And I have listened to a lot of the public hearings at South Lake Tahoe about their rentals and the problems they have had. And so I think it should say the property owner. And I know there's quite a few illegal ones in the city already, as there are with the other type 2 where it's unhosted. Page 2 of the staff report, I was only able to read through the staff report. I couldn't read through the other items that you're referring to. Getting a permit every year, it's like a business license, and that's what is asked of all the businesses, is to renew their license every year. The cities that were mentioned in this staff report are not small rural cities. I wonder if it's possible to look at what small rural cities are doing also in addition to the ones that are in there. And I do, so on page 2 of the staff report, the third dot says permitted use hosted rentals must be in the owner's primary residence. And I totally agree with that. It should be the owner's primary residence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
All right, interesting. So I would say yes to the list in the staff report, to the yearly permit for the TOT paperwork. I guess the 30 per year citywide, and the maximum occupancy. I have a question on, say we have 30 applications in the city, and that's the max. But say you have 40 people that want to apply. Who gets priority next year around? Would existing STRs get priority to renew? Would you create a lottery if you had an excess of the 30 maximum? How would that work? Would it, like say somebody sold the property mid-year and they gave up their license, then you had a waiting list of people. How would you determine who gets to fill that spot? It's good to put all that stuff down on paper now so that there is an order that you go through. Can this require on-site parking, getting back to my concern about street parking? And would you want to create a number of complaints before their license goes to some kind of review for revocation? I think you probably already have that under public nuisance. But yeah, just spell out the process of if it becomes a problem site, how do you make them stop, including removing their license? Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. So let's go, these are for staff, of course, but it is proposed for 30 max across the city. I have no idea what the demand is. Maybe there's been requests to the city, and do you have any idea, staff, any idea how many people want to enlist in this program?
I do not.
Okay, so we don't, so, yeah, obviously, if somebody surrenders their license, there's a spot that comes available. And I don't think we need to micromanage, but has staff given that any thought as to what happens if there is an incredible demand? How would you determine, or would you just come back for an amendment to the hosted, or come back for an amendment to see if the city wants to increase that number?
Correct.
Okay.
And I mean, that number is kind of just based off of some experience that's had between staff, but we're not wedded to that number. I know that Commissioner Lepper did provide comments, and one of the things she had concerns about was the 30 and maybe doing it based on a percentage of, let's see, she's got her things here. I believe it was a percentage of, suggesting perhaps a percentage rather than a number. This is tricky to make some.
That sounds like we need to see what the demand is, and as this opens up to the hosted, the city would just have to revisit if we had to amend this in a year or two, if there is a great demand. So again, yeah, rather than micromanaging at this point, since it's unknown, we haven't taken a survey, we don't really know what people want. Go ahead.
Did she say what the percentage would be?
She did not indicate.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, what it would be a percentage of?
She didn't indicate
Either,
that
okay.
either.
and can we compel parking?
So parking is established in our parking code in 1044, so I'm trying to look that up. It would be the parking required for the residential single-family home. So we couldn't compel, I don't know how we can compel extra parking when it's a hosted. So obviously if there's empty rooms in there, the intent would be that they have, parking on site.
Okay. And then, again, to not micromanage staff, the complaint level, I'm sure every complaint you investigate, but at what point would you then take action? A single complaint, would you remind them that the permit could be revoked?
So the city code does allow for sanctions, which would include potentially revoking a business license or a permit. So that's definitely an option.
Okay, so that's already provided for in our code enforcement.
Correct, it's in the city code.
Okay. And I had one other question regarding what Ms. Lishman brought up. Were you able to see what other small cities are doing as far as hosted short-term rentals?
I did. I looked at several cities. It's not really common throughout the state of California, so trying to take information from all of them, but I surveyed like 8 or 9 different cities where I could find information on hosted short-term rentals. I think this is kind of it's a newer thing that people are starting to explore. Actually, I just got invited to a webinar tomorrow on this topic.
Oh,
so
we're cutting edge.
Yeah, we would have been even more cutting edge if we did this back in 2023, but there's not a lot of cities that have adopted hosted short-term rentals, so there's just not a lot of information on small cities at this point. I mean, they have South Lake Tahoe, they had Redwood, Pasadena, which is not a small city. Let's see, Napa, Oceanside.
But yeah, you did your level best to see if there were comparable towns in the foothills, and you just weren't able to find another city that had taken this route. The Airbnb model, the unhosted, is I don't know, much more common, I guess. So this little different take on that. Okay, so that covers our public comment. So I'm going to close public comment at this point, and let's go ahead and discuss this back here among the commissioners.
Just one small item. Did I understand that on page 2 of the staff report, number 4, the review of the permits every year, and I understood that one of the purposes was to make sure that the TOT taxes had been accounted for, so that language would be added?
There is language in there that talks about what would be required, including record keeping for each night with the short-term rental is rented, including name and contact information of occupants.
I'm sorry, which page are you referring to?
I'm on page 3 of the attachment A. So payment of, number 4 is payment of TOT that shall be paid in conformance with our code. Again, striking the second sentence based on Commissioner Sylvester's recommendations. It's doing inspections to make sure that they're clearly posting the maximum occupancy, that they are posting their permit issued by the city on their marketing information, that we have no complaints regarding excessive noise, and that they're doing the appropriate record keeping. And including a site inspection by the city and the fire marshal.
Right.
Which is on page 2, E4, under the permit.
Mm-hmm. One thing I would like us to clarify is under, that's E5, the number of short-term rental permits. I would just like to add the language hosted and non-hosted, so that it's very clear what that cap is. And, should we have to revisit it, at that point, city will have more information, more data on what type we have. Our non-hosted are limited to the highway commercial and the commercial CBD, right? Those are the only 3 areas that they're allowed. So that's very limited. However, the area that the hosted rentals is they're allowed in any residential zone that meets the definition of the requirements under CBC R3. So that's a possibility of having them more widespread throughout the city. So I just would like to add that clarifying statement to number 5, that we're talking for both groups, 30 total.
Chair Keeney, under E6, just below that one, it says, it defines what a permit is. So a permit for a short-term rental is required whether the rental is hosted or not hosted.
Mm-hmm.
So the one above it is is referring to the number of permits. And then below, I think, is where it says that it's for, the permits are for hosted or not hosted.
Okay, so you don't think we need to add that clarifying? Okay.
I mean, if you still think it's not clear, I just didn't, that helped me because I had the same question and then I saw
You
that.
saw that it's just included there in number 6. Okay.
My preference would actually be to define how many hosted and non-hosted are allowed, because I could see all 30 going to non-hosted slots very quickly. Like if a management agency takes over and they know exactly what they're doing, they get their permits.
For
in.
non-hosted?
Yeah.
But
so-
there's very limited space. It's
Right,
just those
but they-
zones, so that, yeah.
I mean, I took a peek at Airbnb last night, and there are quite a few acting
Unpermitted.
Yeah,
unpermitted.
that's
so
a
they could be
whole
ready.
different topic.
They could just be ready to go as soon as they could get.
Well,
their
the unhosted is only allowed in certain zones, and
right.
so maybe the ones that you saw on Airbnb, were they in residential or were they in commercial?
Both.
Because unhosted is only allowed in
Right.
commercial.
So you may have seen.
My thought is just that, like, the average homeowner might not have the administrative bandwidth to get their permit application in quickly, and all those slots could go to the unhosted residences pretty fast. So
Have you had applications for the non-hosted? I only know of a few.
Yeah, there's only a handful. I know there was originally 5, but I think there are some that are not in operation, and we've been having some challenges, with compliance, and, getting the TOT and things like that. So that's something that we're looking into from the enforcement side, is to get those on board. And we do have several cases against known unhosted rentals. So Jay has done some research on that as well, and has a list of ones that are frequently, renting, even though they've been notified that they need a permit or they're not allowed in the particular zone they're in.
And I think the unhosted short-term rentals, that's already in the code. So you have experience with the level of demand on that.
Like I said, we only received 5 applications originally, but all 5 of them are not active. I believe we only have 2 or 3 that have active permits.
Okay.
that's helpful to know. Thank you.
I think, maybe as staff collects more data, they may come to city council saying that this is what the results are, and we might have to make some adjustments in the future, depending on what comes, how many applications you get, and especially as you start following up on the TOT and the violators. That we know that there are a lot of people advertising these that aren't permitted. So as we tighten up our code enforcement, we'll get more information. So we may have to, in the future, make that, okay, we're going to have this many unhosted and this many hosted. So are you comfortable with that at this time?
Yeah, I think we can move that forward. If it becomes an issue in the future, then, like you said, we can readdress it.
One thing that I got from the staff report I wanted you to consider is adding an annual limit of nights for the hosted in our residential areas. Reading the staff report, in different cities, they do tend to put limits on the unhosted rentals, but in Placerville, it's a small town. I have no idea what the impact's going to be. I don't know what the demand is for people to open up their homes for this kind of use, but to me, thinking about my residential area, I might be more comfortable if the city set an annual limit. Now, 120 nights was mentioned in the staff report, but we could choose, whatever we thought was reasonable. So as you kind of think about an impact on a residential area, do you think that's an important safeguard for the area to say that a particular home that has opened up to a hosted short-term rental can only do that for a certain number of nights per year. Do you think we need to limit that at this time to limit the impact?
One idea could be that you don't have a limit, and then you add a limit later when there's a need for it.
If we get complaints?
For example, when this issue's been raised in the past, two things kept cropping up. One is noise, and the other one's parking. So if you're in an area, let's say Cedar Ravine, and somebody starts to complain about the noise, you let folks know that you've got 12 ADA units there or short-term rental units, and it's a problem. And then you can modify the number. Or same thing about parking or noise. So, as you said, we don't know what the impact is. It's just
We don't know what the
guess.
demand is, yeah.
You could say 10, 20, 50, we don't know.
Okay.
I agree. I think that there's code, the code addresses like the issues of nuisance and noise and other types of complaints. So I don't think that we need to.
I guess from my perspective, a lot of people will suffer in silence and they won't file a complaint. They will be upset. It'll come out expressed in a different venue, but they won't necessarily go to the level of filing a complaint with the city. So to forestall that, I was wondering if you wanted to consider those kind of people who wouldn't go that extra step to actually say, I object to, the noise over there, or the fact that for, most days of the years that there's someone who doesn't, reside there permanently. There's this constant turnover. Because I'm thinking of all the complaints that we've heard about. South Lake Tahoe has been really controversial, and this just kind of pops up all up and down the state and the country, actually. Some people chafe at this, so I just didn't want to know if you thought we should have more protections. But as you both said, maybe we should just wait and see if we get those complaints.
I'd like to add, if I may, noise complaints would go through the police department, so we can check calls for service, so, the neighbors can report that. And then we also, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put our building official on the spot, but we have implemented a new request for investigation, so instead of being complaint-driven, we're asked to investigate, and so that system is online, so you can make a request for investigation online to where the building official or our code official will go out and investigate it and then create a case if it is an issue. And I can let our building official speak to that a little bit further, provide you with information. You can actually go on and request for an investigation.
Thank you, Ms. Kendrick. I'm really glad she brought that up because, as Kirk had mentioned, putting precautions in place now would just be limiting folks' ability to, and their liberty to, a short-term rental per the ordinance itself. The request for investigations have been placed online, and the form has been streamlined and connected to our GIS system, so it fills out most of the mapping and parcel data for you, and it's extremely short for the members of the public to file because we as staff are going to perform the research and go out actually we go out together on some of these cases here. We take photographs, we compile all of our cases, determine if they were going to be compliant right then and there or not. So we do most of the work for you. We tried to front load everything for the public to limit the cumbersome to being able to request for an investigation. And we take on the burden of performing the rest of the tasks. So fairly streamlined, file a request for investigation.
Okay. Comments? Okay.
Oh, just to add to what our staff has said, the complaints are, as I understand it, anonymous. So if you have a noise complaint, you can make it, and you don't have to worry about sneaking up on your neighbors. It's anonymous, and I've known of it being used many times that fashion. So that provides that protection for being forthcoming.
Okay. Well, at this time, I'd like to invite one of you to make a motion. Staff report has 3 options. Would someone like to make a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to adopt, or I'm sorry. We're just recommending, right?
Recommend to approve to the City Council.
Yes, I'll make a motion to recommend to approve to the City Council to approve
With modifications or just to approve?
with the modifications.
Okay. So we have a motion from Ms. Sylvester.
Second.
We have a second. And a second. So thank you both. Any further discussion? So just to review those modifications, I think staff heard all of our comments about, there's one line that would be struck, and another E1 would be updated. Those are the only.
Well, there's multiple places where the section was missing. Do we need to go through them individually?
No, just where it says relevant, so those updates.
It's actually highlighted in the document we have in-house, so we know where those live.
Okay.
Okay.
So they will catch all of those and send, then that would be put before the City Council. All right. Further discussion? All right. Ms. Watkins-Howie, please call the vote.
Commissioner Stratton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sylvester,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Abstain.
Chair Keeney.
Aye. So the vote is 3-1 with 1 abstention from Commissioner Smith, and to send this forward to the City Council for their consideration. So next up is the zoning ordinance amendment 2503 for the A-frame sandwich board sign standards for downtown. Again, this is to hold a public hearing and take action to recommend to City Council on these proposed amendments. And this, again, is you, Ms. Kendrick. I'll turn it over to you.
You're stuck with me. Good evening, Chair Keeney and members of the Planning Commission. Carol Kendrick, Development Services Director, presenting item 10.3, Zoning Ordinance Amendment 25-03, which proposes amendments to Title 10, Section 10, Section 417 of the sign regulations to allow regulated A-frame or sandwich board signs on Main Street in the Historic District. This is a public hearing item, and staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution recommending approval to the City Council. As background, our current sign ordinance adopted in 2002 prohibits temporary freestanding signs like A-frames and sandwich boards citywide to prevent visual clutter, hazards, obstructions in the public right-of-way. However, in February of 2024, the City Council directed staff to explore revisions due to the evolving needs for downtown business support. We've been observing a growing number of unauthorized use of these signs on Main Street, which underscores the need for a regulated approach to boost economic vitality while protecting safety and our historic character. This amendment creates a limited exception only for Main Street, roughly between Canal Street and Sacramento Street, modeled after similar sign regulations in Grass Valley and Nevada City. The key provisions include an annual sign permit from Development Services with a nominal fee of $50 for cost recovery. Signs are limited to 1 per building to minimize clutter, with a maximum of 6 square feet per side, which is roughly about 24 by 36 inches. Materials must be durable and non-plastic like wood or chalkboard to fit our historic aesthetic. No lights or digital features would be allowed, and content is restricted to daily specials, menus, or temporary promotions only. For placement, signs must be right against the building facade within 10 inches of the wall, ensuring a continuous 48-inch clear pedestrian pathway to comply with the Americans with Disability Act and the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines standards. If a sidewalk is too narrow for that, no permit shall be issued. Signs can only be out during business hours and must not block doors, ramps, hydrants, or sightlines. Safety rules require them to be weighted against wind with maintenance standards and revocation for violations. This aligns with our general plan by promoting downtown vitality under Economic Development Goal, ED1, and preserving aesthetics under Historic Preservation Goal, HP-1. Ensures ADA access and fire code compliance by avoiding obstructions. Potential impacts like clutter or hazards are mitigated through strict standards. Environmentally, it is exempt from CEQA under the common sense exception and class 5 for minor land use changes. No physical alterations or significant effects. I will be attending the Merchants on Main meeting next week. That was discussed at City Council regarding their feedback. So prior to this item going before the City Council, I will be incorporating the Planning Commission's comments, the public comments, and comments from the Merchant on Main meeting that's occurring on the 15th. A public notice was published on the 17th in the Mountain Democrat, and we received no comments so far. In summary, this is a balanced amendment, supports our businesses while safeguarding our community's character and safety, and staff recommends opening the public hearing, considering input, and adopting a resolution to recommend approval to the City Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This has been a long time coming. I'm glad to see it has come before us. Regarding the Merchants on Main meeting, I doubt that they didn't send a representative tonight, but should there be substantive changes based on comments you hear from them, would you be inclined then to incorporate that and bring it back to Planning Commission if it's much different than what we have before us? You said you would incorporate that and present all of it to City Council.
Correct. If there are any changes that are not consistent with what the Planning Commission, if they choose to do so, put in their recommendation, then it will need to come back before this body before moving forward.
Okay. Questions for staff on the proposed amendment?
I actually just caught an error in the staff report. It's on page 4 under decision-making authority. It references short-term rentals rather than sign regulations. So it should be Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 10-417.
17.
Regarding sign regulations.
You're on fire. Okay, so that's in the staff report. Any technical questions about the ordinance?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done?
No, I had one more question, but I can go at any time.
no, please.
I wanted to ask about the requirement to keep only have the signs within 12 inches of the building, and kind of where that distance came from. Is it based off of the general width of the existing sidewalks, or?
So one of the requests from the City Council was they wanted them against the building, but in reviewing similar cities and their regulations, it's providing that that they can be, no more than 12 inches. So it's looking at similar jurisdictions, but keeping the intent of the City Council's direction in place.
Oh, so it would be, actually, I'm rereading this. It says immediately adjacent to the building facade. So does that mean it can be placed 12 inches away from the facade or adjacent to the facade not exceeding 12 inches from the facade?
It says, placed immediately adjacent to the building facade within 12 inches of the wall.
So the sign can be, because so the sign can be
12 inches,
away from the wall.
correct.
Okay.
But they must still ensure continuous minimum 48-inch clear pedestrian pathway.
Correct.
Okay. So within 12 inches, the wall can't allow a violation of that clear path.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, so Kurt.
Yeah, the question I had for you was, again, to the first page at the bottom, you mentioned an exception. That would be that persons who have these sandwich signs between Canal Street and Sacramento Street would have an exception. Why?
Well, primarily the issue is related to downtown Main Street, and so we're recommending that the prohibition remain in place for other areas. We provide some flexibility to allow and permit these with development standards between Canal and Sacramento Street to address the issue that we're having, and that was based on the City Council's recommendation was to keep it to the Main Street area where we have the proliferation of these types of signs.
I guess my concern is, again, why? Because, for example, you have what used to be Elder Options, that old building that's next to the liquor store. That was the Forney Road Toll House. So it's one of the most historic buildings in town. So that's an historic area. And the only person I can think of off the cuff who has a sandwich sign is the one that's across from Denny's. I believe I've seen one there. Who has sandwich signs now in the area between Sacramento and Canal Street?
I don't have that information offhand. I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's just a proliferation. And so one of the things with Main Street is you've got very compact buildings and sometimes multi-tenants, and you've got, I can think of a business that sometimes has 3 sandwich board signs for their particular business. So the focus was trying to work with the merchants on Main in trying to alleviate some of their concerns and then allow them to legally have sandwich board signs that are regulated and still leaving the prohibition out. And we know that there are a lot of illegal signs out there, and that's, something that we're addressing as we can. Again, with our staff, we are reactive, not, we try to be proactive, but again, we have limited resources.
Again, I commend the staff for its competence and diligence. It's just that it's not clear as to why there'd be an exception for that area. And I already know of one property that's been given lots of exceptions over the years. I just wondered why any business or businesses in that area would be singled out for being able to get exceptions. That's just a concern. The other one is you mentioned historic district, and that's wonderful to see. I've just never seen it defined, because that's one of the issues that's been raised. People have asked that Main Street be declared an historic district.
And actually, it's not a historic district, but for this purposes, and maybe we'll change the language for historic Main Street and not establish it as a district, because it's not a district.
The other question I had was about the merchants in Maine, businesses downtown. What I understood is that you have made presentations before in recent months to them. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I had anticipated attending a meeting and talking with them about this item, but that was the day that City council got moved to the following day because of the holiday, and it was the same day as the Merchants on Main. My colleague, the building official, did attend. I did reach out to Mr. Alan Ming and indicated that I would be attending his next meeting and soliciting comments from the businesses on, what do they think about this code, this proposed amendment, and what are things that they'd like to see. I'd indicated, everybody's not going to walk away happy, and there's going to have to be compromises. But again, it would be legalizing all of the, some of these illegal signs and having standards that they have to comply with.
Are we putting the cart before the horse or the other way around? Why can this not be done after you consult with the merchants to find out what they think?
You can certainly recommend that. This is, again, this was something that was requested by the City Council back in February of 2024. There's a lot of things that are the responsibility of Development Services that I'm trying to get across the finish line. If you'd like to continue until we meet with the Merchants on Main, that's your purview.
I appreciate the diligence and wanting to push it forward. My concern came when you described, I believe, the way you would come back to us after you met with them, and it would be, if I understood you correctly, it'd be like if they made some kind of major, there was some equivocation in the way it's done. So I just want to make sure that the people who are affected have a full opportunity for participation rather than come back only if there's something that we think it's appropriate from them to raise or something. It just sounded too unclear.
What I'll do is I will take their comments back to the City Council, but at this point, I'm probably, until I speak with the Merchants on Main, I don't anticipate making any other changes to what the draft is, because that is just based off what the City Council's direction is. But there was discussion at City Council about talking with the merchants, but that wasn't a consistent theme from all the council members. Some had different ideas about that. Sure. So again, it's trying to cover all the bases, but again, I think that we're proposing something that is reasonable, and it is a compromise, but all of the recommendations are based off what the City Council directed staff to do.
Any other questions about the draft ordinance? Okay, I'll open it up for public comment on the draft ordinance for City Council consideration.
Kathy Lishman, boy, am I sure glad I came tonight. These are all subjects that are near and dear to me. I heard what Kirk said about Canal to Sacramento Street. I think it's possible that that's a mistake. It should say Sacramento Street to Bedford Avenue. And I wondered, it seems like it should include all the way down to
Cedar Ravine?
Well, even past that, because they're all on Main Street. It seems like it should cover those, Cedar Ravine, or even down to Mosquito Road. I was going to say at times it's hard to hear comments that the commission is making. So speaking to the microphone, and then I wish you'd had some discussion about the hosted rentals before you opened it up, because after you heard the little bit that we said, then you had a lot of discussion. And I heard it mentioned that there's only been 5 permits. I hope it's 5 permits just for the commercial area, because that's the only place in town that it's allowed. And on the ADU one, I know it's a little late, but topography, the state doesn't even take topography into it. So I think the boundaries was one thing. Merchants on Main could have come tonight. This is the public hearing, and the meeting with them is just with them. I mean, I know I could go to that meeting, but I probably won't. But it's just with them. And then one of the things in the staff report, because that's the only part that I read, What does it mean, limited temporary signage for specials and promotions? I wasn't sure what that meant in the downtown area. Then when you get to the size of the signs, 6 square feet, an example was 24 by 36. I wouldn't want to see it 36 by 24. I didn't know if 24 by 36 was an example. It seems like that could be a standard that, that everybody had to follow. But then if you're 12 inches away from the wall, then you're 36 inches into the sidewalk. And so the dimensions of the signs with 6 square feet gives them a lot of flexibility that may not be good. Somebody might want a sign that's too wide. And the sign has to be 4 feet from the sign to the curb edge. And it mentioned some things, but also, what if there's a trash can or a tree well or a street light? That makes it difficult in that area. I know the area down by the Placerville News where there's a little restaurant that has that little part out on the sidewalk. And then there's a street light and there's a garbage can. I have pictures of people walking by there and having a difficult time. So the tree well and the light post and the trash cans should also be considered. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah, the 12 inches from the wall struck me as interesting. It should probably, language be adjusted to say wholly within the 12 inches or max gap of 12 inches, because if you have to stay wholly within the 12 inches, it's just flat against the wall. It's a one-sided sign, and what's the point? Because you already have signage on the facade, I'm guessing. Personally, I think A-frames on the ground are pointless. Pedestrians, vehicles can't see them because they're behind the parked cars. So they're for pedestrians, right? And they take up pedestrian space. They're an obstacle. I prefer the overhead, and usually at 90 degrees to the facade. We have both examples. On this building, town hall sign is 90 degrees to the street, and across the street, it's parallel to the street, showing the businesses inside. But those are mostly for vehicles. So A-frames on the ground behind parked cars are pointless for drivers, so they're only for pedestrians, and they're already going slow enough they can see the store in front of them, what they're offering. They can see across the street what they're offering. So I think on the ground, A shouldn't be there. They're on a very busy day, strollers, shoulder to shoulder, just people moving down the sidewalk. They're just a nuisance. And I think if you're going to keep them on the ground, you got to keep that ADA clearance from any obstacle. The doorway, the trash can, the street light, the fire hydrant, all of those. So it's going to be very limited. If you keep them on the ground, shrink the size. I think 2 foot wide, 3 foot tall is getting excessive. They already have signage on the building. So I mean, if they want to come to the city and get increase their signage, I prefer that. I don't like the obstacles on the ground. And yes, we don't have that historic district, but we do have an approved tentative map that was created by the Historic Advisory Committee. So you could say within that proposed district for now, until it does or doesn't get approved. Because you not only you could say Main Street from the 100 block to the 800 block, whatever. But then you start to lose all of your little fingers going up a couple hundred feet up Sacramento Street, Stagecoach Alley. So you want to catch that, seems like you want to catch that area. So you wouldn't just give Main Street addresses. You could just use that proposed map. And Just a question, if they're, just for like menus, changing daily, I could see that. That's a benefit. But a retailer could have a special event every single day and keep their signage. So I prefer overhead because then you can, it's very attractive. Like you go to Nevada City or some other gold rush towns here, and they have the overhead. As long as you got to keep your 8-foot head clearance. I think I've hit all of that. And then definitely include that nothing can go on the bulb outs, because when those were created, that was part of that ordinance, I believe. But it would be good to restate it, because that gets violated all the time. You can go by there and see 3 or 4 sandwich boards out on a bulb out, and that's a public space, and it's a safety thing for pedestrians to get recognized to get across, and there should be nothing on those bulb outs. Thank you.
Appreciate the comments. Thank you very much. So the dimensions of the signs, the way I read the proposal is just, you give an example of 24 by 36, but the bottom line is a maximum of 6 square feet on the signs.
Correct.
Okay. I think that however the person wants to configure it, I think that's reasonable. I think that we do need to talk about the existing tree wells and trash cans, and the 12 inches from the wall. Regardless, we still say that 48-inch pedestrian pathway needs to be maintained. So that's the bottom line as far as safety for the pedestrians. So I'm just trying to address the concerns. Also, yeah, I think we should change the language to just say Main Street from Sacramento Street to, I think, actually Cedar Ravine. That kind of puts a limit. These A-frames would be, sandwich boards would be prohibited everywhere else. And from what I understand, this is a request from mostly the Main Street merchants. So I want to minimize the amount of space where this is going to be allowed. So I appreciate everyone's input on that geography of our downtown. Catherine, I see you reaching for your microphone, so go ahead. Your microphone's not on. Oh.
I don't have a.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Retract my question.
So I'm going to, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Appreciate everybody's comments. I'm not a fan of these either. I think they're an obstruction. We have, as Mr. Drobish pointed out, I know maybe Ms. Lishman too, the tree wells, trash cans. This can get really tricky. I also walked downtown with my dog, and she's blind. Oh my goodness. She's so good. She's getting really trained, responding that an obstacle's coming up. And so I'm not a fan of these at all, but the city council has heard from the merchants. They seem to think that this is important for their businesses. So that's why this is before us.
I
Go
do,
ahead, Catherine.
I do see under item 7 on the second page.
Oh, so this would be section 2, number 7?
Yes, section 2, number 7 on the second page. It does say to ensure a continuous minimum 48-inch or 4-foot clear pedestrian pathway along the sidewalk measured as the unobstructed width between the sign and the curb edge or any other obstruction. So I think that in my mind that addresses some of the issues that were brought up about specific obstructions without the specificity, but it's general enough.
That's a good point. However, these have proliferated, and from my point of view, I would like to add that the statement that, it includes existing tree wells and trash cans, or for example, because if we codify this, it just, I think, I'm hoping to have better compliance, especially regarding this passable space. So that's was my thinking. But you're right. It does say that it has to be clear, and if it's not clear, then you're not going to get a permit. But I just wanted to call attention that also has to be taken into consideration when they're designing or thinking about placing one of these signs. Other thoughts?
Well, first of all, I always appreciate the comments that I get from my colleagues and frankly from the public. It often shapes my views and sometimes turns them around. Oh, and thanks for the suggestion about the microphone. Yes. So on the idea of the exceptions, I see no sense to it for that particular section. There's no rational reason. I suggest for some principled standard, it would be historic Main Street, to use that term, which would start from at least including the Forney Road Toll House building up to Broadway, because along the way, there are all kinds of historic properties. So there you have a rational connection. There's no rational connection for excluding that short section down there. And I, on that end of the room, years ago, saw exceptions made for one particular property. And that's why it doesn't seem comfortable. But if we had a principal position where we said from that Main Street, which would include at least from the Forney Road Toll House up to Broadway, because there's a whole series of buildings. One of those worked on now, right at the very end, that's historic. So that would be one concern. The other is, as Mr. Grobish says, there are problems about walking by, obstructions for the traffic, and how are you going to see it when you're in a car? So it has to be when you're on your feet. And if you're on your feet, then those signs that would be suspended 8 feet above might be more effective. They might entail a bit more expense. So that had some impact. I think the concern that Ms. Lishman raised is always important about notice. And if I understood her correctly, earlier she was surprised with all the kinds of things that are on the agenda, because it's certainly packed with lots of information. I can tell you, as somebody who grew up in a family of merchants, these people that we see closing their shops for a couple of days a week, we think, oh, they got the day off. No, they're working with bookkeepers, doing inventory accounting. They work 50, 60 hours a week in many cases. So to have them come down here at 6 o'clock, as they did a few months ago, to comment on the one-way traffic is absolutely amazing in my experience. I just haven't seen it before, where you have 100 people sign the petition. I would feel very uncomfortable not going forward when we haven't heard from them, number one. And I wouldn't want it to say to them, here it is, what do you think? And maybe, just maybe, we might make some changes afterwards. And I appreciate Ms. Kendrick's candor in saying that there's different input from council members. Some say ignore them because they don't always live here and they don't pay taxes. And they certainly don't generate as much tax revenue as Home Depot, for example, but they are important. And I think we need to hear from them. So I wouldn't feel comfortable without that kind of input. And it doesn't mean that once we hear from it, we necessarily have to follow those suggestions. But that's what we're here for, is to be representative of public and to be able to make good decisions.
I'm not clear on where you want the exceptions. That's,
I don't.
So what would be your change, your proposed change to this draft ordinance to allow the sandwich boards, just give me a street, an intersection, so I can visualize how much of an extent that you feel that the city should allow the sandwich boards to be placed. So we're talking Main Street. So at what point would you feel it's reasonable for the city to allow them, and then where would be the ending point?
Used the Forney Road Toll House. as
So
a
where is that? I don't know
marker.
where that is. What's the
Sure.
intersection?
So the answer to your question would be Canal Street.
Canal Street.
That house is, and that building is to the east side of Canal Street. So if you say Canal Street to Broadway, to the edge, to the end of Main Street, that's very specific.
But, okay, it's the way I see where Canal Street intersects, that's, down beyond the KFC, and I don't know why,
No,
why would we allow the sandwich boards to proliferate that far west? What's your reasoning?
We wouldn't allow it, and the Kentucky Fried Chicken is to the west of Canal Street.
I'm looking at the map right now.
It's
And
at the
where Canal-
northwest corner of the intersection of Canal and Main.
Oh, so, yeah, so Canal
So-
Street comes in right where the KFC is. I'm trying to think of the
Yeah.
businesses down there that would benefit from an A-frame.
I don't know who benefits or not benefits, but your question is specifically where. And
And that's where you want to
And-
initiate the allowing the A-frames. It's that far west.
we already, yes, it's specifically to the east side of Canal Street, which would
Because
exclude
who-
Kentucky Fried Chicken. All the businesses to the west of Kentucky, of Canal Street are not historic properties. None of them are. Plus, they all have a lot of setback from the sidewalk, so there wouldn't be the impact on the flow of foot traffic.
Well, I disagree. I don't. There aren't a lot of businesses down there that. I want to limit the proliferation of these sandwich board signs. So, in my thinking, I want to restrict. At what point, we're defining where they're allowed, because otherwise they're prohibited across the city, and I think that's just better as far as visual and access. Fewer conflicts. I agree with what we heard, that a lot of people don't even see the sandwich boards. They're kind of looking up. They're looking for other
Right.
signage. So I don't see the benefit of allowing it farther to the west of what we think of as historic Main Street.
I guess I was
But,
looking
yeah,
for a principled explanation, whereas I can think of no principal explanation for excluding that particular area. But if you use to the east of, or to the east of Canal Street, you're including historic properties, which would be the Forney Road Toll House up to Broadway, where there's a series of old brewery place and another building right at the very end where Blair Lumberyard used to be. So you have an actual rational explanation. And as far as the proliferation of coming in, there's a whole set of regulations that would govern the next part of it, which is what's allowable or not allowable. So just because you have that area doesn't mean it's going to be allowed. And I'm not necessarily going to get to the second point, which is whether they even should be allowed, but just to say, for the district, it would be to the east of Canal Street.
I just think that's too far of an extent. As we stand now, even though we have them, they are prohibited. And so if the city council decides to not pass an ordinance change at all, they must be removed. And, that would be their decision. From my thinking, I want to constrain and limit the lineal feet, if you will, on Main Street of where these might occur. So I'm not in favor of expanding it all the way out to Broadway. In fact, I think as I look at the map and think about this, I'm not even sure I want to go all the way to Cedar Ravine with defining the area where they are allowed. And perhaps, Bedford would be a better choice to say, no more sandwich boards on the sidewalks from here to the east. But, I understand your perspective. We're talking about defining a historic district. From my perspective, I'm trying to minimize the number of these sandwich boards that appear in the city. But let's let someone else to talk. I think both Alyssa and Catherine have something to say.
I don't think we need to define this by the historic districts, but rather we're looking at areas with high pedestrian traffic. So that would be like Sacramento Street, eastward towards. My thought was Cedar Ravine, since there is still a lot of pedestrian traffic, though I don't know that the sidewalks over there are wide enough, so.
Right. And if I can clarify, so on item 6, this is only for allowing this in the city's right-of-way. So this is not allowing this on private property, it's only within the city's right-of-way.
Only on city property, okay. And Catherine, you had a comment about?
Oh, I had the same thought as Commissioner Stratton. I guess one question I had in response to Ms. Kendrick is, so the sandwich boards will not be allowed on any private properties.
Correct.
Okay. And I think, too, the other thing to keep in mind is that for some of those less pedestrian intensive focused businesses, I wouldn't expect that they would choose to put a sandwich board out if they didn't think that it was going to be, a reasonable, that it was going to help their business. I think so. I think that we can extend. I think that we can expand this area a little bit based more on like the pedestrian focused areas.
And what would be your extent?
Well, I was looking at the map right now. I was fine with going out to Canal Street, but I agree that it's not as pedestrian heavy as, as you get closer to Sacramento Street. But Pacific Street is still pretty pedestrian heavy. So I think Sacramento is fine. And then I like the idea of extending it further along, because I think that there's some businesses along, as you get closer to Broadway past Cedar Ravine, that already have sandwich boards. So if we did want to extend it, and that's becoming a very high pedestrian area as well.
And so you, so all the way out to Broadway or Mosquito? And the reason I'm pushing back on this is that I'm not sure that, these sandwich board signs really benefit the businesses. The city council took a lot of comment from mostly the Main Street merchants, and honestly, from my perspective, the aesthetic kind of changes as you get past Cedar Ravine. It really, there are a lot of businesses or restaurants and so on, but it doesn't have that same historic feel that the section to the west. So from Sacramento to Bedford. Maybe Cedar Ravine definitely kind of has that feel, but businesses start to be spread out here a little bit more. And again, I don't think that they are aesthetically pleasing, and I don't want to have any more feet than we absolutely have to allow. So that's why I'm trying to constrain this. But for me, going all the way out to Mosquito is too far. I think I can see your argument to extending it, the area to Cedar Ravine, though. So I could get behind that. How do the rest of you feel?
Do you just want opinions on the streets or other things?
What's that?
At this time, do you just want opinions on the
Oh, well, we can
streets
think
or
about it.
everything?
Go ahead and bring up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to preface this by saying that the sandwich boards don't bother me at all. And if I had a magic wand, none of this would be necessary. They could all just put out their signs and it would be fine. But I understand the need to limit this. And I understand that not everyone is going to be happy, but that's why we're here to discuss what's best for the most amount of people. I do think that they're a cheap way to promote your business. It makes the city look a little bit more modern while still incorporating that historic feel. So it's not just the history, but people feel like it's a little bit more unique and special to come by. And in terms of the merchants, Main Street merchants, like it was noted earlier, they could have arrived for public comment tonight. The cities that you've looked at, they have also taken public comment. I'm not too concerned that anything that they say would be so wildly different that we need to postpone the discussion. I don't love the 12-inch limit from the building facade. I know that came from city council, but I think, go ahead.
They wanted it adjacent to the building, and the 12 inches was based on what we were finding in other
I
jurisdictions.
see, yeah. I would love if it could go out to the street, just because I think that's where you notice those special signs, to make things something different from what you're seeing right at the building. I understand if that's a limitation, though. And then, in the spirit of keeping it to the temporary and limited feel, I don't know that I would want to include menus, because I think specials kind of make sense versus menus you have every day. It's not really going to change. And so I don't know. If we were to go forward, then I think it makes sense to remove menus. Did you want to?
Well, and I just wanted to respond to your comment about menus, because I think, when you are a pedestrian visiting a town, I think it is really helpful when you're looking for a place to eat to be able to see the menu, whether it's posted in the window of the restaurant or on a sandwich board. I think that's a really nice way to make a decision.
That's fair. I don't disagree with it in general, just how it's been mentioned that they wanted it to be kind of time-limited topics or whatnot.
So you would prefer that it be permanent business identification?
No, just that we would strike menus from the list of things that can be on the sandwich board.
So maybe just rewording, limited to temporary events, promotions, specials?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
But keep the wording that says no permanent business identification or offsite advertising.
Correct.
Okay, I see. So because it says no permanent business identification, because the menu is a permanent
Yeah, and
thing.
they talk about just the temporary nature of the content that they want to be on the board.
So content limited to temporary events, promotion specials, no permanent business. Okay.
And when you talk about a special, like it could be a menu item that you want to draw people in for.
Sure.
But it's not just going to be the same standing few items every day.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one sign per building seems difficult to work with. I was hoping maybe we could think strategically about what kind of options there are. What have you guys considered?
That was something that the city council struggled with in their recommendation. So we do have several multi-tenant businesses,
Yeah.
Buildings. However, if everybody's allowed to have a sidewalk sign, then they're not going to be effective.
Right.
So It's really going to be up to the tenants working with the property manager or property owner on trying to get uniform signage, or going in and then they take turns with a sandwich board. But, unfortunately, when you go into a multi-tenant business, in a downtown, you know that your signage options are limited.
Sure.
But that's something that the council struggled with, and, in general, they agreed with just allowing one sign per building,
Okay.
knowing that that's going to be an issue for some of our multi-tenant buildings in this
Okay.
area.
That's all.
I'm sorry, I'm still struggling with the placement about the wording of this. So placed immediately adjacent to the building facade within 12 inches of the wall. And that's just the closest edge if the sign is perpendicular to the wall.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna think about this and then come up with a suggestion. Is anyone else struggling with that one?
I'm trying to think of the exception where it can't be right up against the building facade. And I guess I'm thinking of one, is that the Black Oak Mall? They have a recessed area. They put in some pea gravel recently. So in that instance, is that what maybe you would be measuring? The facade is actually recessed off of the street. And is that where you would measure 1 foot from? Or I'm just trying to think of an example.
It would be from where they're placing the sign and where that facade is. Okay. So if it's in a recess, it's going to be 12 inches from that.
Uh-huh. Within 12 inches of the wall.
But if it's not within the city's right-of-way, then it wouldn't be allowed. So if that recess is, like I said, not in the right-of-way, it wouldn't be allowed.
To your point earlier about the 12 inches, I don't know that it bothers me to have that rule in there, only because with the 48-inch rule, it's pretty limiting. Like, you're not going to fall outside of that very easily.
No, I'm okay with the 12 inches set distance from the facade. I just think the wording's a little bit confusing because it says immediately adjacent to, and then within 12 inches. So to me, it suggests like maybe the sign has to be placed immediately adjacent to the building within 12 inches.
So maybe just strike the word immediately. Would that place it adjacent to the building facade and within 12 inches of the wall, or?
Or with the closest edge within 12 inches of the wall? Or no further than 12 inches from the wall?
Let's see. So if we just strike the word immediately, placed adjacent to the building facade and within 12 inches of the wall.
Okay. We're getting a nod, so I think.
Yeah. I think maybe just strike the word immediately.
It's really for staff to interpret.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'd like to invite one of you to make a motion to take action.
I will make a motion to forward our recommendation to City Council with the amendments discussed tonight.
Okay, a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, with the amendments, I guess we aren't clear on the extent, since we're of different minds. I think, just to summarize, we need to change the language that removes the word historic district and just keep it to Main Street. And actually think that we should defer to staff to define the extent, based on your knowledge of where these exist, and maybe what you hear from Merchants on Main. Mr. Smith thinks we should stay with Canal Street. I don't agree with that. I think Catherine, you wanted to go maybe both of you want to go all the way out to Broadway, and I think that's a little too far. So I think I would prefer just to allow staff to define the extent of where these will be allowed, and then they will be prohibited through the rest of the city. Are you okay with that?
I got a novel idea. Why don't we wait until we hear from the merchants? If the people are, if those are the folks that want it, why not hear from them?
Are you making a motion?
Yes,
And your motion is
that we defer.
to postpone?
Postpone and continue the matter until after we've heard from the affected parties.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone this. Do we have a second? Okay, we don't have a second. So we'll move forward with the motion that's on the floor now to take action on this. How do you feel about just deferring to staff, or maybe the input from City Council too on the extent?
What staff can do is we can try to define it better, but then also include in the staff report the different recommendations that the Planning Commission had discussed.
Thank you. Okay. Further discussion? All right. Please call the vote.
Commissioner Sylvester,
Aye.
Commissioner Stratton,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Abstain.
and Chair Keeney.
Aye. So the vote is 3-1 with one abstention from Commissioner Smith to send this forward to the City Council for their consideration with modifications that we discussed and the other discussion of where we couldn't agree. Okay, this is really important. This has been out there under consideration and discussion for a long time, so I'm glad to see staff brought it forward. So that's the last of our public hearings. Oh, yay.
Thank you to staff for all your hard work on these. This is tremendous to get these moving forward.
Indeed. Let's move. We have no continued items. We have no new business. So then we'll move on to 13 staff reports. So we'll start our matters from commissioners and staff, and we'll start with the staff reports. And I'll give that over to you, Ms. Kendrick.
I'm going to defer providing a staff report due to the late hour.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to defer doing any kind of staff report due to the late hour.
Okay, due to the late hour, okay. And then that moves on to 13.2, the Planning Commission matters. And at this point, we have 13.2.1, the Historic District Guidelines. We have something submitted both by Commissioners Sylvester and Stratton. Would you?
I would like to present this just because it's been on the agenda for 3 times, but I haven't been able to present it to you. But I will be as quick as I possibly can.
Take as much time as you need. So we are looking at.
I lost my agenda. So
Get the right.
this is all just in support of gathering and organizing information in preparation of, our historic design review guidelines. And so it parallels and, work that others have done and have pulled from work that others have done and then also done some research. So this summarizes everything, but with the lens of the drafting of the historic review design guidelines, and then also development of like a checklist that we talked about in prior meetings. So for item 13.2.1, this is just a quick list of other jurisdictions that I had reviewed, and then it includes the jurisdiction, the document that was reviewed, a link to the document, a brief description of the document, and then just a summary of how they incorporated their standards and guidelines and other notes. So hopefully, as we're moving forward, just because this is such a long process, this was helpful for me just so that I didn't have to return to the same things again and I could keep track of what I had looked at. So, so one thing I would like to request from the commissioners is, if you have any other recommendations for other jurisdictions that aren't already listed here, I'd be happy to take them and add them to here. And then similarly,
I just want to say that if we do have other jurisdictions, I think it would be good form for us to send that through staff to disseminate, to pass that on to Catherine, just so that we have a record and the public knows what's going on.
Okay. And then there are a couple more at the bottom of the list that I intend to get to.
Riverside,
Atascadero.
Grover, and St. Louis.
Yeah. And then the other one is the City of Placerville documents that I reviewed for historic structure content. So again, this really parallels a lot of the work that Commissioner Stratton and Lepper have been doing on just compiling everything. But what I was specifically looking for is the language that each of these documents contains that could be useful in developing the historical context for the city. So, and then also just kind of keeping track of what specifically is in each document that could be relevant to development of the guidelines. So that's that. And again, if you have any other, after you have taken a look at this, if you have any other recommendations for items that are missing from here, I'd be happy to add them and work that into this.
And are all the documents available on the website?
You know what? I am not sure about that.
Okay.
This is one that I cleaned up for the meeting, so I'll take a look at my internal document because I might have links on it if there are. Would you like me to go through and add that to this and then bring it to the next meeting?
Oh, go through and add the links?
Like add the location of the document. So if it's on the website or if it's something that from somewhere else.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I hate to put you to more work, but I would appreciate
Happy
it.
to do it.
Okay. A lot of work. I appreciate this. And I have seen some other documents from other jurisdictions, so I'll try to send that to you as soon as possible so we can stay current on this. Other comments from commissioners on this? Any comment from the public?
Going forward, I would like to have a copy of the bylaws on the back table for every meeting because I don't remember what
Okay, well, we're not talking about
it's
that. Right now,
connected.
we're talking about
Yes,
Catherine's
it's
work
connected.
right
I
now.
have the floor. Because there used to be a time where no new items would be introduced after. So that's my question. And the other one is, where are these tables on the city's website where somebody can go and look at them?
This was included in the packet, so they should be accessible on
They're
the Planning
clickable
Commission.
on each specific meeting agenda?
Yes.
Okay, but not on the city's general website.
Not yet. This is our working document, but you can access it as a Planning Commission document.
Yeah, but I'm at a loss at what these tables are for. We're spending years putting these tables together When are we going to get?
Well, this is, this is for the Planning Commission, this is for our own education, and we appreciate you following along and commenting. When we start developing the guidelines, I think that would be maybe the time that the public really wants to comment. We're just trying to see what other jurisdictions are doing and how we can
It's just
assist
taking
staff.
a really long time. You're building a list of what other jurisdictions do. When are you going to start getting into creating our own guidelines? That's my question.
Well, we're not getting paid to do this. We're kind of doing this as on our own time, so we appreciate your patience, and, we want to have this as soon as possible.
Okay.
The other document is the Historic District Summary from Alyssa. So you want to give us a quick summary of
Yep.
your progress?
This shouldn't be new to anyone at this point, just tracking the projects that we are working on. And thank you guys all for the robust discussion. I think it was back in October where we really flushed out what's been discussed, what hasn't. As a new commissioner, I totally appreciate all of the resources that we can get to make sure that we're doing a good job. So the only change I would like to note is now that at least I feel a little more familiar with the project and the history, I only included the items that are in progress or ongoing so that there's not so much visual clutter and we can track more easily and quickly during the meetings what's going on. So I personally do not have any updates for any of the assignments on the sheet.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you keeping track of all the work that we're doing.
Just so you know, I appreciate all the work that's done, but when I pulled it up on the website, I couldn't do it, so having it handed to me works. I don't know what Mr. Grobish was referring to. I just know that when I clicked on the highlighted material, it didn't come up so easy. And not these 2 pages, which are gives me an idea what you're looking at. Thank you.
Technical difficulty.
Earlier, I made some comments and you suggested Madam Chair, that they be at the end. Is that still the case?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Earlier, I made some comments, and I believe you suggested that they were appropriate to bring up at the end.
So, would you like to
I'd be
proceed with that?
glad to do it. Again, I appreciate the staff and all of you and the new people. Really good work. I'd like to work towards more public information. For example, when it comes to the city website, there's all kinds of notices on the front about announcements about one award being given, a proclamation, all kinds of things of that kind. But substantive things like what's going to be coming before the Planning Commission doesn't really come up right away. And just to give you an illustration, I was surprised with a lot of these materials related to the ADA units and things of that kind. And they were, so is there some way to give us a heads up? Like in October, if there's legislation that tells us that we're not going to be in compliance soon on the new legislation, is there some way to let us know? When I understand you're not going to give out an agenda for a January meeting back in October, but is there some way that you can give us a heads up? This is one suggestion.
I can absolutely do that. So just so you know, like I have my 2026 Planning Commission table where I start keeping track of things that I'm taking to you in the future. I do this for City Council too. It's a little bit more messy. I update it every week, so these are all my handwritten notes and changes, but so I can kind of keep track and make sure that things are moving forward. But I can happily share that with you. In my previous jurisdictions, I shared these with my City Council and Planning Commission so that they knew that was coming down the pipeline from community development and development services staff for the website. We have our executive staff meeting with the department heads on Wednesdays. So I have one tomorrow. So We do, we can suggest information to put on the city's website or through social media. That has to be approved by the city manager. I have not brought forward the idea of putting planning commission on there, but I can run that, I can make that suggestion tomorrow. But I'm happy to give you a heads up of everything that I've got, going down the pipeline, because I'm doing this already. It's just kind of how I operate. So I'm happy to share that with the Planning Commission weekly, because I update it weekly. And so you have more of an idea of what's coming down the pipeline, before anybody else does.
So you could send that as an email
Yeah.
or?
I did that every week. And like I said, previous jurisdictions, so it's something I'm completely comfortable with. And letting you know kind of what's on board. I'll keep track of when people are going to be absent. So, if we've got a problem with a quorum, then, I can start. It's an easy way for me to track the meetings throughout the year and when I can take things. And it just also, at the end of the year, it gives you like the whole view. So you can see all the work that you've done, all the items that have gone to your meetings. So it's.
No, your efforts have been extraordinary, and starting off really from scratch, catching up, it's amazing. But anything you can do to help, because I can tell you that under the best of circumstances, it would take me about a week to go through all this material, to be confident about just that one first item.
And I don't have any resources to be able to provide you the agenda any sooner.
Well, that's true. But for example, the legislation was known in October.
It was known well before October. It's
Right.
just
Okay, I think staff has heard your concern, and we share your concern too. And it is 10 o'clock, and Mr. Drobish has reminded us that we do have bylaws that say that we are to adjourn. So thank you for bringing that up, Kirk. I think staff is doing their level best to get us this information, and we do appreciate your hard work. And I want to thank all of you for your hard work. Catherine, wonderful job, and Alyssa, taking notes and keeping us on track. So we stand adjourned until our meeting in February, correct? Actually, according to our bylaws, I'll invite a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Oh, we have a motion from Commissioner Smith. Do I have a second?
Second.
From Commissioner Stratton. All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Abstain.
We stand adjourned.